Good morning. We are live from River Valley Room.
Good morning and welcome to the March 21st, 2023 Urban Planning Committee meeting. I'll start with a quick, I apologize. I will start with calling this meeting to order and taking a moment to recognize the place where we gather today. This is Treaty 6. From time immemorial, diverse Indigenous nations have stewarded these lands, including the Nehiyawak, the Nehiyawinawak, Nakota Iska, Dene Selina, and Nitsitsapi. Many more First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples have gathered, traded, and celebrated on this land. This place also forms part of the Métis homeland and is within Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 4. The signing of Treaty 6 in 1886-87 created a foundation for good relations, welcoming peoples to the area from around the world. Today, Edmonton carries on this tradition of welcoming people from many nations as we continue to live into the spirit and intent of treaty. I'll now turn for a roll call of committee members. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
And Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
We are all here in River Valley Room this morning. I'm just going to check for other colleagues joining us online. And I see none. So it's the four of us this morning. Councillor Tang, can I turn to you for the adoption of the agenda?
Yes. I move that the March 21st, 2023 Urban Planning Committee meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. Items to be dealt with together: 7.4, Bylaw 20374, amendments to Bylaw 20002, designated driver service updates, and 7.5, Bylaw 20367, omnibus amendment to business license Bylaw 20002.
Thank you. Please vote for the adoption of the agenda.
Yes.
I am also a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Councillor Tang, for the approval of the minutes.
Yes, I move that we approve the minutes from February 28th, 2023 Urban Planning Committee and March 7th non-regular Urban Planning Committee.
Great. Please vote for the adoption of those minutes.
I'm a yes, and can I get someone from IT to help with a technical issue?
Do we have all the votes? We're still... I did, but I am a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote, and that's carried. Thank you. Any protocol items? Not seeing. We will proceed with a selection of items for debate. If my colleagues would like to click on. I can't. Oh, okay. Councillor Rutherford, did you want to make some selections?
I mean, I'd like to select 7-1, 7-2, and then I would select 7-3, but I think Councillor Cartmel, are you going to select 7-3? Sure, doesn't matter, go ahead. Okay, 7-3.
Councillor Tang?
We have a request to speak on 7.5, so 7.4 and 7.5 then, since they're being dealt with together.
Great, thank you. That is all of our items. That we also have 2 requests to reschedule reports that we need to vote on. So I'll just have a vote on rescheduling items 5.1 and 5.2. I will move that. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
It's not coming, I'm also a yes, it's just not coming up for me.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Councillor Tang, can I look to you for request to speak?
Yes, we have a few.
Excuse me.
Apologies.
I'll just
To recap what we've done
Yes.
this morning, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. This morning, Urban Planning Committee has passed the recommendations of the following reports without debate. Item 5.1, potential work plan for rezoning priority areas with a revised due date of 4th quarter 2023. And item 5.2, city plan, new urban trees with a revised due date of May 2nd, 2023.
Thank you very much. I'll now move on to request to speak. Councillor Tang.
I move that Urban Planning Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. For 7.1, Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board Youth and Their Perception of Safety on ETS, Sebastian Kike in person or online. On 7.3, Homeowners Association's Maintenance on City Land, Colin Van Buskirk of Windermere North Windermere North Homeowners Association and the one at Windermere Homeowners Association remote. Rose Herman, Windermere North Homeowners Association and the one at Windermere Homeowners Association. Ray Trainberg, Terwilliger Gardens Homeowners Association remote. And for 7.5, Bylaw 20367 Omnibus Amendment to Business License Bylaw, Mona Foria Advocacy Normalizing Sex Work Through Education and Resources Society remote.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote for hearing from these speakers.
I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
And that's display the votes. That's carried. Thank you very much. I don't see any time-specific requests, and we do have speakers on all of our items, so I think we will just carry forward with, we do, as presented, which means that our first item will start us off on item 7.1. This is the Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board, Youth and Their Perception of Safety on ETS. And I believe that we have a delegation from ETSAB that will be presenting on this first item. Just for my colleagues, we'll be hearing the presentation from ETSAB on 7.1. We'll then hear from our delegation on 7.2, and then we'll move to our public speakers. So Ms. General, I see you there. I assume it's over to you for 7.1.
Thank you very much, and good morning, and thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity for the Edmonton Transit Advisory Board to present on the subcommittees that the board had worked really hard on last year. The way we are doing this today, it's my first experience making such an arrangement. While I am joining you folks remotely, the ETSAB Vice Chair and the Chair of this particular subcommittee, Michelle Peters-Jones, should be there in person preparing, and I cannot see the clearly the camera, so I'm assuming she's doing all the prep necessary. But just a
sorry,
quick.
Ms. General, I'll just interrupt. If you would like to come up to the table here, and then you'll have access to a microphone to take part. Did you have
Awesome.
slides for your presentation? You do?
Yes,
okay.
that is correct.
Okay, so we'll just take a moment to pull those up on screen, and I'll let you know when that's up and ready to go.
Perfect.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
It's already. But yeah, so just to quickly wrap up my quick introduction, Michelle Peters-Jones has been an incredible member of our board and a very fitting chair of this particular subcommittee, given her experiences taking transit on a regular basis and being a parent of a preschooler and a teenager, I believe. So for the rest of the presentation, I will turn it on to Michelle to do the presentation and to also answer the questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Over to you. You just need to turn your microphone on, and then we'll be ready to go. Thank you. Thanks very
All
much.
right. That seems to be working very well. Good morning, councillors, and thank you for hearing from us about this important issue, important to me as a person who takes transit regularly and doesn't drive, and also, as Giselle said, the parent of a 6-year-old and a very grumpy 15-year-old. So I'm just going to skip through the first few slides because we only have 5 minutes. I'd like to get to some of the findings fairly easy. So if you could move to slide 5, please. So the first few slides essentially talk about what the issue is, and which is what is traveling on ETS like for children and young people.
Thank you. Sorry, we'll just we're just waiting for the slides to be advanced. And as you're part of the formal delegation as well, we are a bit more flexible on time. So please don't feel rushed. You can take the time that you need.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. That really works. Basically, I was just saying the first few slides are just outlining the issue, which the subcommittee was on, which is what is traveling on ETS like for children and young people, and how can we make it safer and build trust with parents and guardians. So one of the reasons we chose this group is because we noticed that it was fairly underrepresented when it came to actual people taking transit, but it was also a substantial group of people that do take transit in many ways. So for our research, we had a look at some studies that are on youth and transit in general, and we noticed that 3 key points in these research. And the first one is that active travel on public transit is a significant source of physical activity for some children. And there's a study from California that basically says that quite a few children get more than a third of their exercise for the day by walking to and from transit as well. And in the current situation, this is a very important consideration for a lot of people around the world in general. Younger the people using transit, the more likely they are to use it as adults. And this is a very big, important point for any growing urban city, especially one like Edmonton as well. Young people are also likely to choose transit young people are also likely to choose cities that they live in based on transit and how likely it is to meet their needs as well. And there have been situations where young people have actually moved cities for the quality of transit in general. So for our methods, we just had 2 informal surveys that is one targeting young people and one targeting their parents and guardians. We also had a focus group of Edmonton Public School trustees who raised quite a few important issues. And we generally canvassed young people and their parents, guardians on social media, as well as a few intervention chats as well. Coming to our key questions, how safe did children and young people feel on transit? What were the major safety barriers for students to take transit as part of their school commute or their university commute? And what were the broad safety concerns of parents and guardians for their children on transit? And these 3 questions were quite important to us because one of the elements of this subcommittee was that we chose children based on between 11 and 20, just for practical purposes, essentially, because we realized that a lot of children start taking transit fairly regularly when they start junior high, which is kind of in age 12. And some parents, like myself, prefer to send their kids out a little earlier, which was in age 11 as well. So what were our findings in this particular committee? I would say that one of the key findings, if you could move slides, please. Can we move to the next slide? So one of the key findings of our subcommittee was that children and young people felt substantially unsafe while riding transit, especially if they were riding alone. Now, here's the question. The question is that safety isn't necessarily measurable, but what is measurable is the perception of safety. So when children and parent and guardians said that they felt unsafe on transit, this doesn't necessarily mean that transit itself is unsafe. It just meant that these people felt that transit was unsafe for their children. So there was a perception of safety issue in this particular finding as well. So in terms of actually measuring out what perception of safety or how safe parents and guardians felt with the children on transit was that they really did not feel that transit was very safe for their children, and transit-based spaces were also not extremely safe for their children. This was based on several assumptions. The assumption of the lack of security, the assumption that Edmonton as a winter city gets quite dark in the mornings and evenings when children normally take transit. There was a lot of issues with homeless and transient people in stations and worry about drug use and abuse of transit-based spaces as well. Next slide, please. When it actually came to, when we asked the question, do your children feel safe on transit, or do you feel that your children are safe on transit, parents were pretty blunt. While convenient, that is that they didn't have to drive their children to school and back every day, transit was perceived as very unsafe for young people and children. They did not feel that ETS was doing a good job of keeping their children safe, and that there was a real collapse of trust that existed previously between parents and guardians and the ETS. This can also be down to a more modern world where we protect children a little bit more, and we are a little bit more aware of safety in terms of where they go and what they do. And also, I hate to use this term, but helicopter parenting, which is basically keeping an eye on your children wherever they are because of perceived dangers around them as well. So while this can be attributed to, the perception of safety can be attributed to some of these issues, the underlying point lies that people really did not feel safe on ETS. And so in order to find out more, if we go to the next slide, we just have a few quotes from some of our participants. First one, which says, "I'm nervous and that I take transit and have seen a rise in homeless men using the bus station as a shelter. I refuse to send my child on ETS because of all the horror stories. And my youngest refuses to go to Millwood transit station because he doesn't want to get stabbed." These were all direct quotes from our participants as well. Next slide, please. In particular, I found that women and people from minority communities already reported feeling unsafe as per our previous subcommittee report on BIPOC people and transit. And they would actually prefer that their children use alternative means of transit. However, this was not always possible because in some situations, the parent had to be at work or parent didn't drive. So in those cases, youth had to take transit anyway, but it didn't lessen the fear for their children in parents as well. Many times, transit was seen as a bit of a last resort rather than a viable option for everyday commutes. And this is actually pretty sad because I've lived in countries all over the world, and it's very unfortunate that people feel this way because in a vibrant urban city like Edmonton, transit should be seen as the #1 way of moving around town rather than a last resort to driving. Very few young people felt completely safe on transit, and this was directly from young people themselves. And one of the biggest concerns that we found was they did not know who to approach if there was a safety issue or if they felt unsafe in any way. So larger community routes, like say the bus number 4 or bus number 9, were seen as relatively safer because of the larger number of people taking these buses. But the concern was really for young children and youth taking buses and trains late in the evening, say back from activities or from school activities or co-curricular or extracurricular activities as well. This is a personal experience of mine because my daughter does take transit to and from her activities. And one of the issues that we have noticed in the winter, especially when it's dark and she takes transit back around 6:37 in the evening, that we are quite nervous until she gets home. So she takes the LRT from Health Sciences Station to Southgate and then the bus from Southgate through to home. And we are always nervous when she gets to Southgate Station because we have seen that the number of incidents in Southgates seems to be increasing, and it's something that we're not completely comfortable with. And this is also a shame because she would like to take part in activities that are a little later in the evening as well, and we've had to stop her from that because there's been no person, there's no adult to go pick her up from these activities, and it's extremely inconvenient for us as well. So this is a personal experience as well as a more generalized concern. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as you can see, here are some direct quotes from a parent who is a young minority woman, as well as a young petite female on the bus as well. So, you know, she says that she has a 15-year-old who is currently has to take transit, and she worries all the time about some of the passengers who can be quite aggressive on buses as well. Next slide, please. So what do we do about this? We have recommendation. Let's be realistic. Not all of these recommendations are going to be considered because there's quite a few things that do need to be taken into consideration, for example, cost or practicality of these recommendations. But this is what we came up with after talking to all the stakeholders involved in this issue. The first question is always like, who do you call? Unfortunately, it's not going to be the Ghostbusters. So would it be the driver? There were significant concerns about calling the driver in this situation because there were quite a few issues with this. First of all, it is technically not the driver's job to take care of conflicts or safety concerns because it's their job and they should have a relative expectation of safety in their own positions as well. Sometimes people were just not able to get to the driver in cases of, say, for example, LRT altercations. So while you can press the emergency buttons, there's no way the driver can come out and intervene in these situations as well. Some young people also felt quite awkward telling the driver that they were feeling unsafe in some situations. And in many situations, in the reverse kind of thing, young children felt that they were just overlooked at bus stations, especially in the winter, and this causes significant disruption to their commutes as well. There was a real fear of homeless people and transient population, and personally, we believe that this is down to a lack of understanding of systemic social problems. And for us, what we believe is that education is the key to this particular issue. So Edmonton is an urban center. We can't expect not to have homeless people and transient populations in bus stations. We believe that to a great extent, especially when it's, in this particular weather, the climate as well. So it is completely understandable, and quite a few of our parents and guardians and trustees also understood this as well. This doesn't necessarily mean that they'll feel any less safer or any more safer because of these situations as well. So we believe that education is the key to bringing awareness of the situations to parents and young children as well, because let's face it, homeless people and transient populations aren't necessarily always the cause of incidents, but it doesn't mean that they're not either. We believe that the ETS has put steps in places. For example, I was at Southgate Station and there was a call for a warming bus that would take people to shelters. And this was very important for me as a parent to understand that there was some sort of solution in place, even if it's not a complete solution as well. And it did make me feel a little bit better about sending my daughter on transit as well. Next slide, please. We also need better planning from the ETS, especially when it comes to school specials. And I believe a lot of parents said that it would be awesome if they had direct to-school specials from transit stations rather than children having to make connections, because that was a significant source of fear for a lot of parents, for children having to make these connections at various places. One of the school systems that's excluded seems to be junior high schools. And junior high seems to be when children start taking transit by themselves for the first time. And so they could be something that could be addressed within the ETS system, where we could have a few junior high school specials as well that took students directly to their junior high schools. Safer connection points was very important, or better still, more direct routes to school, and safer bus stops, which include better lighting, especially during winter months, when students take buses in the dark. And this is, again, something from experience as well. Next slide, please. In terms of what ETS can do to increase awareness around safety, is that we could have safety courses from ETS for younger riders, especially something very similar to the First Riders program that is run by the Yellow Bus Services as well. A partnership program between ETS and schools where parents accompany their children to school on ETS so they can be aware of where the points of conflict and safety might be. Maybe some supervisory staff at transit stations and on some buses, just to avoid other problems like bullying or aggressive behavior on buses. Robust anti-bullying messages on transit, and significant improvements to the Transit Watch service. We actually have a whole list of improvements to the Transit Watch program that we believe could be implemented by the ETS. Simply put, when we asked people what Transit Watch was, nobody knew, except one person. And this was a significant barrier for students, because while a lot of students do carry mobile phones, the number is actually not that easy to remember. So one of the methods of education that we thought that people could do is actually put the number in their children's or young people's phones so that they were able to connect fast to safety issues. But again, we found that there's an issue when we go underground, that there's no service. So again, who do they call? Next slide, please. So we did highlight a few toolkits information services that could be adopted by the ETS. For example, Ottawa's TransSecure program and the BART's program, information posters, which are more cartoony and video gamey, which are more appealing to young people. And also maybe including our educational institutions in conducting research into safety best practices. I believe the University of Alberta has already worked on safety and accessibility for disabled and differently abled people on transit, and young people in transit could be a very, very interesting area of research as well, especially considering who their primary audience is in the first place. Next slide, please. Of course, we also talked about transit mentors, who could be people in a vest at various transit safety points where people could ask for help or approach if they felt unsafe on transit as well. More collaboration between ETS and parent and school groups as well. This could be just as simple as an ETS employee calling up a principal and saying, hey, how's it going? How are your bus pass sales going? Do you have any kind of issues when it comes to safety of your student in transit? My daughter actually goes to Harry Ainlay School, and they've had a couple of significant safety incidents recently, and they've actually talked about it a lot more. And this was a point that I actually brought up in some of our discussions around safety as well. One of the barriers that the EPS trustees identified for students is that even if they qualify for the Right Transit program, they really don't have a way to send in their applications unless they come to City Hall or online, which is actually a significant barrier for a lot of young people and students as well. And Edmonton Public Schools, not Edmonton Police Service. I just wanted to clarify that. EPSP also suggested that there be a system where the schools collect applications for the Right Transit program and then forward them on to City Hall, which would significantly reduce the barriers for young people taking transit, especially in high schools, because transit poverty is a thing. Not all parents can afford the $60 fee for a bus pass, even if it's heavily subsidized by EPSP and ETS as well. And finally, step-by-step instructions are very useful to have, especially when it comes to transit safety and what to do in case of an incident as well. Bystander intervention is also a key element of taking transit and transit safety, because young people feel more secure if they actually have a roadmap as to what to do when an incident, say for example, a conflict arises or a fight arises in a transit space or a public space in general. Next slide, please. Finally, what I'd like to finish with is that we need to connect with parents and have more conversations. We need to connect with schools and have more conversations. So the bottom line of this is conversations. We need to communicate more with a group of people who uses transit now, and if nurtured, would be a significant source of transit users in the future as well. We also need to appeal to the people who are bringing up these children. Some parents actually tell me very proudly, oh, my child has never stepped foot on a bus. And it just makes me feel sad, because not only is it discouraging independence in children, it's also making a point of saying that transit is not for rich people. It runs transit for the more poor people or vulnerable people and people who can't afford to drive or can't afford to have cars. And that's a terrible message for an urban city to be sending to young people. Above all, we like to believe that we are a community, that we are all in this together. But building such a community is a task that needs to be taken on by all of us. Like I said, we all need to be in this together, and there needs to be awareness about social responsibility, especially towards the youngest and most vulnerable members of our society. Because let's face it, children are the future of our city, and in order to give them the safety that they need to flourish, we really need to start thinking about adopting more safety measures on the ETS in general. Last slide, please. So thank you very much for listening. I'd like to point out that that is a picture of my son at 2 days old on his first transit trip. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them now.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that presentation. You really touched on some really important topics that we will have a chance to ask you some more questions about in a few moments. But for now, I'll ask you to step back, and I'll invite our staff delegation presenting on item 7.2. Let's give you a moment to get settled. Please take it away whenever you're ready.
So we'll just wait for the presentation to queue up, Madam Chairperson. Okay, we can get started now. Good morning, Madam Chairperson, committee members, members of council. This morning we have Carrie Houghton-McDonald as well as Sarah Feldman to present, and then we have other additional team members on the line for questions following our speakers. So I'll now turn it over to Carrie to provide some brief introduction remarks.
Thanks, Gord. And I just want to start off by thanking EDSUB for their report.
So today we're presenting our administration response to their report about youth and perceptions of safety. It's been an integrated and collaborative effort engaging a lot of different branches within the city. And we have representatives with us today to help answer questions. So youth play an integral role in the future of our city and communities and really are the foundation of economic and social development. Having access to a safe, equitable, and inclusive transit service supports their mobility, independence, and opens up opportunities for economic participation, access to education, health, and community supports. We continually work towards reducing barriers for all transit riders, including youth, to accessing safe and affordable transit. And with that said, I'm going to pass it over to Sarah to go through the remainder of the presentation.
Thank you and good morning. The safety of all transit riders, especially those from equity-deserving groups such as children and youth, is critical. ETS is committed to keeping youth riders safe. Youth and their guardians deserve to feel safe in transit spaces, which are intended to be busy and vibrant, transporting large volumes of riders between home, work, school, and other activities. Transit is at the intersection of very complex social issues in our community that are much bigger than transit. We understand, as both transit riders and parents ourselves, the concerns shared by the advisory board, and we know it's hard. Work over the last 5 years has focused on increasing security measures on transit, adding more transit peace officers, security guards, and ETS control room staff. We've also been working with partners to provide social support to those who need it. The issues impacting transit safety and security, such as the drug poisoning crisis, mental health, and houselessness, are bigger than transit. These issues require ongoing partnerships to address root causes, and we need to continue to work together. But we have a plan for youth, further building on the transit safety plan that we will go through today. We know there's more work to be done, and we thank the advisory board for their work on this topic. Next slide. The ETS Advisory Board report recommends some improvements to the Transit Watch program. Since 2008, this program has offered a dedicated phone number for riders to call when they call the ETS Control Center. The text service was added in 2020 to offer a more discreet way for riders to report security concerns. And then in 2021, we marketed the program more widely across the transit network by ensuring that Transit Watch signs were displayed prominently in all transit vehicles and transit centers. Considering the recommendations from the ETS Advisory Board, we recognize there are some opportunities to improve the Transit Watch program. So in 2023, we'll be exploring several solutions. First, we will follow up with public communications network companies to encourage them to add cellular coverage in underground tunnels. This is something we've heard from our riders and is an issue across Canada. Public networks often do not include these areas. Second, this year we will implement a QR code for Transit Watch, which allows riders to scan a QR code through their smartphone to send a text message to the ETS control room. We are currently assessing the timing of this in relation to when the control center can be prepared to respond. Third, we are exploring some additional mobile application solutions to enhance rider safety. And lastly, we are working on developing new resources to increase awareness of security features on transit. These tools will be distributed to school and post-secondary students through our outreach programs, and we've already started this with our school open houses this year. Next slide. We are pleased today to share an update on bystander awareness. We all play a role in keeping our community safe, including in our role as bystanders. Implementing a bystander awareness campaign was one of 21 recommendations in the Safe City report that was developed by a community collaboration committee. This committee involves stakeholders from post-secondary institutions, nonprofits, the Government of Alberta, and the City of Edmonton. So in the next few weeks, we will launch the city's bystander awareness campaign, and you can expect to see the campaign materials roll out in transit spaces and inside buses and trains. The campaign provides education and awareness on how bystanders can safely intervene when another individual is a target of inappropriate or threatening acts. The bystander awareness campaign was developed based on diverse intersectional perspectives of riders using feedback from in-depth interviews, focus groups, and an online survey with transit riders. The campaign will be measured and evaluated by comparing survey results pre- and post-launch later this year, and these results will help us inform possible areas for improvement and other related programs. Next slide. The ETS Advisory Board's report also discusses activities to increase outreach and communications with youth. ETS supports youth through several ongoing youth outreach programs, including a First Riders program, travel training for youth with disabilities, City Hall School, participating in spring school open houses, post-secondary fall orientation week, and fall outreach at transit centers. And while these programs will all continue, we're also working this year on expanding our youth outreach programs. So in partnership with the school boards, this year we are co-developing new programs to engage youth about transit, and this includes increasing awareness of transit safety and security. We're exploring several ideas with the school boards, and these include more hands-on in-person programs, such as expanded travel training. We're also looking at supporting teachers with transit-based lessons, which could complement the existing curriculum, and organizing tours of transit facilities and vehicles for youth so they can learn how the transit system operates. The overarching goal with our youth outreach is to increase awareness of and interest in using transit, and we will embed information about transit safety into these offerings. Next slide. The advisory board's recommendations also touch on service planning and facility design. Service design and transit infrastructure are central to the rider experience. So firstly, regarding service planning, the report highlighted the importance of planning and delivering reliable transit service to schools. ETS currently operates 240 school special trips per day to supplement regular bus routes. These routes are intended to manage overcrowding on regular ETS bus routes caused by a large number of students traveling between a neighborhood and a school. We meet very frequently with school board planning and transportation teams to coordinate transportation needs. And as part of this engagement, we review ridership, school enrollment rates, travel patterns, and feedback from students, guardians, transit operators, and school board staff. Later this year, we also have a council report coming forward responding to a motion about outlining an approach to piloting service for youth after school to access recreation centers. And we're also continuing to deepen our equity analysis of transit service. As we shared last year, we need to further understand the needs of youth and youth that are part of equity-seeking groups. And in the future, the rollout of ARC will allow for even better understanding of youth travel patterns to further improve our service planning and delivery. Regarding facilities, to identify facility improvements that would enhance safety and security in transit spaces, we are conducting audits of crime prevention through environmental design at transit centers and LRT stations. These types of audits focus on the built environment, and they assess all elements of the transit journey. By the end of this year, we anticipate to complete audits for all of the 18 LRT stations and 10 of the transit centers. And these audits look at things like lighting, accessibility, functionality, and opportunities for increased natural surveillance. Administration also completed a security audit of the downtown pedway system in January of this year, and the recommendations from that audit are currently being analyzed, and a plan will be developed to implement improvements starting later this year. And then lastly, regarding safety in public washrooms, the Transit Safety and Security Plan approved last year identified washroom attendants at certain transit stations as one of the actions to help reduce disorder at these locations by providing increased oversight. And as part of the 2023 to 2026 budget, Council approved funding for the public washroom strategy. And this included adding washroom attendants at 3 transit stations. In parallel, we're also testing a technology solution as an alternative to the washroom attendants that will aid in monitoring the status of the washrooms. And we'll pilot this technology solution for 1 year and evaluate that to see how it aligns with our safety objectives. Next slide. So in conclusion, we want to thank the ETS Advisory Board for their report on this important topic. This provided us a great opportunity for a deeper dive into issues affecting youth. Our work on youth safety is an important component of an overall focus this year on youth ridership. We are approaching this work through 5 pillars of outreach, partnerships, service planning, faring, and safety and security. For youth safety and security specifically, our next steps relate to developing new outreach programs, as I discussed, in coordination with the school boards, and developing new technology solutions to improve access to Transit Watch. As I mentioned, related to service planning, we have some other reports coming back later this year related to service planning for youth, including the youth access to recreation centers after school. And all of this work supports an improved rider experience for youth with the aim to grow youth ridership by providing convenient, reliable, and safe transportation option. Thank you very much, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. I'll now ask you to step back, and I'll invite our public speaker, Sebastian Kike. Are you in the room or online? Are you joining us online? Have we tried reaching out to Sebastian?
We'll do that now.
Okay, thank you. We'll just give a moment to see if he's able to join us. Thank you. Well, maybe just in the interest of time, Councillor Tang has shared that she does have a written submission from Sebastian, so she can circulate that to committee members. And so with that, I'll actually invite Ms. Peters-Jones and our city delegation to come up. I think we can do questions as a panel if everyone's comfortable with that. So the process now will just be that my colleagues can sign up to ask questions, and if you can just be sure to direct who you'd like to have answer that. Great, please, yeah, wherever you're comfortable. I think there's room for everyone. Great. Okay, Councillor Rutherford, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to focus my questions on the youth component at first, but they are directed to administration. Do we change school specials throughout the school year?
I'll just see if Daniel is on the line and wants to jump in.
Hi, yes, Daniel Brent here. Generally, we try to keep them consistent, but where our issues are raised, we regularly meet with school board representatives, and where issues are raised, we make the changes to address those. So our goal is to be consistent, but we react to issues as they come up and are raised by our partners.
Okay, because I've definitely heard from parents of children who were relying on a school special, and then that school special was changed in the ward. And when we're talking about the youth and the consistency, it's something that I wanted to flag. So I don't know what spurs it or what the communication is, but those changes are significant to the youth that are relying on it. My second question is, and again, this is something actually that came up while I was campaigning, from talking to folks that work in public schools. Have we explored, for especially the transit access passes, schools themselves being able to distribute those?
Yes, Councillor Rutherford, I know that was a topic raised in the report, and it's definitely something we can talk more with the school boards about. Taking in the applications for ride transit might be another way we can help reduce the barrier to accessing the program.
Yeah, I think if they don't have to go somewhere, the schools know the folks best, and I think about even just trust. Some might not trust government, but they might trust the school secretary that they know, right, if they're refugees or the like. So just some things that I wanted to know. So just to confirm, that is something you'll discuss with the school boards?
Yeah, we'll raise that. Since as we meet regularly with them, we'll raise that and see if there's a support to do that in the schools.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then I guess I have a question for ETS Advisory Board, because I think your report was excellent. Obviously appreciate all the work that you've put into this. Some of the things though that were brought up, I feel like are more parental influence than actual perceptions or use. Like you said, like the pride in not having to put their kids on buses. How do we address that, when that's a broader societal perception? Do you have any ideas and thoughts on how we address that?
Absolutely. See, one of the key elements that we noticed when we were conducting surveys or just talking to people in general is there just wasn't trust. People just didn't trust their children to public services in many ways, right? So as part of the ETSAB myself, one of the reasons I joined was because I was absolutely passionate about making the ETS a safe, equitable, and accessible space for young children. Because ever since I moved to Edmonton, I've always been taking transit with my then toddler girl, and then as she grew up, she's basically grown up through the transit system, essentially. So, and it's where she's able to access all her activities, her school, hanging out with her friends. So yes, there is a certain element of trust that I have in the system. So I have this trust. Why can't we expand this trust to include other parents? So in many ways, trust is earned. It's not something that we just hand out, especially when it comes to our children. So while we need to address the wider societal issue of transit being seen as a last resort or something for poor people, or something that is just you only use it if you have to use it, otherwise you're able to drive everywhere. I find that also is a curiously North American problem as well. I grew up in India, and we took transit everywhere. We didn't really have and we didn't even think twice about it.
That's my point. There's a cultural component, even when you talked about, helicopter parenting. That's, definitely a trend. I have two young children as well. Even letting them play across the street unsupervised just started recently because I was so nervous, right? So I get it. But I think I just was wondering about that cultural element because you're right.
Yeah, we want, okay, this is going to sound very silly, but I just find the roads are too wide sometimes for children to cross safely by themselves.
Okay.
In Edmonton. So here's a simple example, right?
Yeah.
But this is not something that can be addressed just by changing perceptions. Has to be a huge infrastructure change. There has to be a huge cultural change.
Yeah.
There has to be a huge change in perception. But we can start those changes in very small ways by just increasing safety, by just increasing trust.
Yep. I'm sorry, I'm out of time. I don't mean to interrupt, but I know she's going to cut. I see the red flashing. Thank you.
Okay.
No, I appreciate that, but a great conversation for sure, and it's definitely not silly to talk about the width of roads. That plays a really important role. I'll turn to Councillor Cartmell now.
Thank you. So I'll actually pick up there, and from a trust perspective, how much of that is? Well, let me say this. This is the perception I grew up with was, you use transit until you don't have to anymore. And that was almost a bit of a rite of passage, right? At least I grew up in Edmonton. And I think you just said that's a North American thing. How much of it is that the transit systems don't provide necessarily that very frequent, very reliable, all hours of the day and night service that we see in other cities? Is it a system trust issue in terms of reliability of the system, or is it safety? And I guess it's both, but I'm interested in how much you think is each of those components play.
It's absolutely both. Like I said, I grew up in India, and then I moved to England for grad school. So I have experience of two giant transit systems and several huge cities in the mix as well. And one of the issues is definitely all hours transit. And I understand completely that is a issue that has to be addressed it's a much bigger issue that needs to be addressed in terms of budget and if you're able to sustain it, because evening buses need, for example, more security. But I personally think it's like a 50-50 thing. So if there's more frequent transit, more people take it, it's perceived as being safer. Because one of the things that we noticed is that the more people are on transit, the safer the parents felt, because they felt that there was some element of safety in numbers, so to say. So if you're actually going to have to change this whole culture of parents, like the rite of passage, as you said, that you only take transit until you're 16 and you get your license, well, that's changing. So there's a lot of young children or young people, like my teenager, for example, who doesn't want to get a license. She wants to take transit. She wants to continue to, be an urban transit user.
But your daughter has a parent that is using transit, regularly and is a transit user. So, I guess I wonder if part of making, so you said, transit it feels safer to parents and I'm presuming to the youth when there's more people around. But getting more people around it is as much a reliability system so that we get adults, people that are commuting every day, people that are to use transit for more of their regular trips and not necessarily only until they get a vehicle.
Absolutely.
Is that a fair connection to make?
That's a very fair connection to make because, like we mentioned in the report, it's not just changing young people and youth awareness, it's actually changing parent and guardian awareness as well, because we can't tell people how to parent, but we can definitely try our best to change their minds about a system by making it more regular, more reliable, safer, more equitable, and being able to access it whenever there's a need to access it.
If we can get the guardians to take transit, then their kids will continue to take transit.
Absolutely.
And that is as much a reliability question as a safety question.
Exactly.
Fair. I want to change a little bit. So we have this concern, this perception that the system is unsafe, at least at times. Is there a distinction between the LRT stations and transit centers that are just bus stations?
I don't think so. One of the concerns on LRT was that there was no direct driver access to LRTs, but the LRTs were seen as generally more safer because there was more peace officer movements within the LRT, which did not exist in buses. So for example, somebody taking a bus from, say, 111th Street to Southgate Center, there was no security in between that section. So the only person that they could really talk to was either the bus driver or, say, somebody they perceived as safe, like, say, a mother with children, right? Because they felt that this was safer for them to approach and say, that person is bothering me, or that person is, talking to me when I don't want to be talked to. So I think the key here is to make sure that there's more visible security that helps increase the perception of security, but there isn't necessarily a difference between, say, transit centers and individual bus stops along the way, because let's face it, it's not practical to put a police officer on every bus.
Well, I'm just thinking, so, Southgate, I think, has got particularly now, a safety concern. It's both an LRT and a transit center versus, say, in the ward I represent, the Ledger Transit Center, which is just buses, but it's more than a bus stop. I don't know if there's a distinction there or not.
There is a distinction, I believe. Transit center, for example, this winter, we felt particularly unsafe about using Southgate Transit Center as a connection point, just because of the sheer number of people there and the sheer number of people basically almost camping there in the corners. So even I was feeling a bit nervous sometimes as a fairly small female in a visible minority. So there is an issue there. I see that the ETS has taken steps to address a significant number of those issues. So I'm hoping that, as the weather gets better, things continue and it gets lighter later in the day, that this is an issue that will be addressed pretty soon.
Great. Sorry, I'm going to stop you there. Thank you very much for that response. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much. Thank you for the research. I found it, a really interesting read, and also thank you for the response. I guess I was curious about, you've used multiple modes of data collection. You have some really great focus group and questions, and you also use social media, recognizing a lot of young people would be on social media. I'm wondering if you can just share some thinking on that piece, because we also know social media can be an echo chamber and comments kind of pile on and stuff. How do you tease that out? Because I'm also thinking about what we have 1.2 trips is it per week?
1.25 million bus boardings per week.
Per week that do go by without incident, and we have seen a heightened attention on some of the really terrible incidents in the media, and also, and I think social media actually fuels some of that as well. How do you reconcile that, without making this seem like kind of a rampant problem? Is it rampant? How do we reconcile some of those perception issues?
We actually thought about that quite a lot. And I want to point out that ETSAB, as a committee, is committed to transit. We like transit. We use transit, and that is why we are on the transit board, to make sure that other people use transit as well. So we don't want to scaremonger, and I think that's the key element there. And when we ask these questions out in our our surveys and our social medias, we aim to get as many diverse perspectives as possible. Because, for example, I find transit fairly safe. I'm okay using transit, say, in Edmonton, as opposed to Liverpool, where I was nervous all the time, especially in the evening. So one of the key elements of teasing out this, these diverse responses was the fact that we didn't go into this with the intention of proving that the ETS was an unsafe place for young people. We want to make it more safer for younger people. And so one of our key elements was seeing each comment with a very critical eye, but with a very open perspective. We're not going to say that so such and such a person has had a really bad experience on ETS and therefore is going to blame ETS for everything. Whereas this person, it's like any other research survey, really. If you think about it, like the person who's had the bad experience is more likely to talk about it than the 100 people who've had the good experience with the same situation.
Yeah,
and when we
absolutely.
actually thought about it, we went into this with the perception that we were going to get negative and positive responses, and that we wanted to make sure to let everybody know that this was not a rampant issue, but this is an issue.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate that context, and I'm glad to see a lot of the thoughts kind of went in to review each response and thinking about your methodology. Did the ETSAB committee members do the research and the analysis, or did you have resource to hire?
We didn't. We did it ourselves.
Oh, okay. And then I was kind of curious about the recommendations. Is it by ETSAB members, or were some of those specific ideas surfaced from the data itself?
The majority of the ideas, the recommendations that we've offered came about from the data. That we looked at the data, we actually listened to people. It comes back to my point about having conversations and communications.
Yeah.
So we actually used the ideas of the people who communicated with us, and we used those ideas to parse out recommendations. So the recommendations are not all from ETSAB members. They are from the general public or the citizens that we represent in some ways, because in many ways we are lay people.
Yeah,
we're not
absolutely.
ordinary persons, and that's where the recommendations come from.
And
yes.
then the administration had a chance to kind of analyze some of those recommendations and provide their feedback. I do actually have quite a bit of questions for administration, but I'm going to save it for the next round. I really appreciate your input for the whole committee. And when I was reading this too, I was thinking, like, this is ETSAB. These are people who want more folks to ride transit, and this is a real issue. And I appreciate we're not minimizing that, but I appreciate your point about balancing, acknowledging issues for what they are, but also not fearmonger. I've shared some of the feedback from a speaker who couldn't be here because he is a young person who is in school, who's not able to participate in these processes. And I think there's a mental health component and impact on the students as well. So I just want to share that with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I've got a few questions. So also really want to thank you for the work and for the whole committee that worked on this. I assume you've had a chance to review the response from our city staff. I felt it was a fairly robust response with some, ideas that really built on your suggestions as well. Was there any, further advice you'd provide looking at their response, or any gaps that you still can identify in the response that they've come back with?
I was extremely happy with the response of administration. I believe that they did take our concerns quite seriously and made, an attempt to address some of those issues as well. I would say just keep having those conversations with schools and parents and students themselves. And the more communication and conversations we have, the more ideas we get to keep our children and our young people safer on transit. So I think the key element here is going to be communication. And I don't mean just like calling up the school. It can be as simple as calling up a school and saying, how is it going? But I also want to give a shout out to City Hall School. I think it's an awesome program. My daughter did it when she was in grade 4, and she absolutely loved it. And what I noticed in that program, I volunteered for one of their outings, and what I noticed in the program is that for a lot of the children in that school, this was their first time ever boarding an ETS bus. They loved it.
Yeah.
They were so excited for it. If we can build on that excitement, that's where we can really hook riders for life, essentially. So
Great,
I'd love
thank
to
you.
have more
Sorry,
field
just-
trips.
Just mindful of my time, sorry. No, really, really appreciate that. And I think you're so right that it is an ongoing process and building those relationships. And, to that point about it sort of being an ongoing piece, the data you collected, I think, is a really good snapshot for this point in time. Are you planning to do a follow-up research project just to see if there have been improvements?
I hope so. It's down to ETSAB subcommittee planning to see whether we can follow up on this. But I'd like to say that I have involved a few colleagues from the UFA and talked to them a little bit about youth and transit. And I believe there's a couple of professors who are quite interested in getting some of their grad students to look at these issues in
Great.
general. So fingers crossed that comes to fruition.
Yeah, I think that's a great opportunity, because again, I think we are in a unique moment of time, just given you know, as we're emerging from the pandemic. I was also wondering if there might be, and you know, I think that there's maybe a discussion to have around the resources that ETSAB has access to, because I was thinking about, you know, the possibility of incorporating methods like intercept surveys in the future. So again, instead of people, as you say, who maybe have had a bad experience are more likely to fill out a survey, actually just, you know, being in stations, stopping people as they're walking by to get a broader cross-section of input.
Oh, absolutely. Actually, we did have a couple of conversations, like, or at least I did, but it was kind of weird me stopping children and asking them how safe they felt on transit.
Yes,
so we
yeah.
didn't really want to get into that issues because it brings up quite a few ethical issues when it comes to talking to minors, for example, without their parents being present. But that is something we would like to explore in the future. I'd also like to point out that the ETS survey was by no means you know, comprehensive. If we had had the time and the resources, we could have really built a more comprehensive survey. We did get some feedback on the survey itself, where people said, well, this doesn't really work. You should have it from a 1 to 5 scale and then have, you know,
Yeah,
it's
and
easier to
that's-
do that. So something that we would like to explore in the future, and maybe even get, you know, the city's support system.
Yeah, I think that's certainly something that is very worth exploring. I'm not sure who your connection point into administration is, but speaking to them, you know, we have our insight survey. So I think if you were interested in doing that, I think that city resources could definitely be used to support the questions that you're investigating. Wonderful. Thank you again so much. Just in my last minute, I was going to turn quickly to administration again. I really appreciated the reply. As you've heard it, you know, very robust, really responded to the findings from this report. The one piece I was just wondering around was around operator training. So recognizing that, again, they play many different roles, but wondering if there's further conversation, just so that people do feel that operators can be a point of contact on buses.
Yeah, so operators receive 6 weeks of basic training and then continuous training, including how to manage difficult and dangerous situations. They do provide support and assistance, any uniformed member of staff. That was part of a campaign that was rolled out a few years back. But they are available on the trains. The minute you press the emergency button or pull the lever, immediately the operator's interacting over the phone as an example, or the speakers. But operators are there for assistance. They know how to get emergency support and, you know, have direct connections into our control center. So we can investigate any anomalies that, you know, don't follow that approach, but that is the training they get.
And I think more than anomalies, some of that awareness, I think, would be really helpful. Great. I've allowed myself to go over time, and I'll turn now to Councillor Jans.
Thank you so much. I apologize.
Sorry, Michael, Councillor Jans, we aren't able to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Sorry, a question for
Sorry, Michael. I'm going to move on to another councillor. If you could maybe change locations, we can't hear you at all. Councillor Wright, I'll go to you, and maybe Councillor Jans can resolve his technical issues.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just wondering, in admin's report, they talk about the transit centers and that need to be busy and vibrant. What would you consider to be vibrant?
I can start and perhaps Sarah can chime in. I think I look at things like having different buskers in our space. We're looking at murals being created in our space. So arts, culture, obviously foot traffic, having a lot of people using the spaces, being in the spaces. We're really open-minded in terms of what that looks like. We've had kiosks that were activated in the past with various levels of interest. So really any type of activity, just bringing more people into those spaces, I think is a really positive step we'd like to take.
And then I also wanted to get sort of the perspective from ETSAP, is that something that they would consider to be as vibrant?
Oh, absolutely. I lived in London, and one of the cool things about London transit stations is that they have coffee shops there. You know, they have places to eat there. So people are actually sitting around there drinking coffee or eating, you know, food. And I believe that's a really cool way of like bringing more vibrance to transit stations, because transit stations, let's face it, by their very architecture can be a little grim, but we can bring some joy into them and some interaction. I think that would be very, very, very effective in creating a more safer, more inclusive place for everybody.
Okay, awesome. Okay, I'm glad to see we're seeing eye to eye on that. Okay. And then I guess back to admin, I believe in the provincial budget, there was additional money announced for school transportation. And I'm just wondering what impact that would have on our ability. Like, would that free up any money for us to enhance our school specials?
Daniel, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, preliminary conversations are going that will help issues that are growing as more schools become full and the transportation need, like as students are not able to necessarily access their local school, and some of the transportation needs will grow throughout the system, that they'll work to address some of those needs first. But yeah, I haven't heard yet that money is coming to us so far.
Okay. Oh, okay. So I was wondering whether it would be coming to the city, to the public transit, or whether it would be for the schools to be school buses.
Yeah, and for sure, if we hear that, you know, if the city is getting more resources, we'll of course let council know right away.
Okay.
And so far, that's not the case.
Okay. Okay. But if it goes to the schools and they can provide more school buses, then we can redirect some of our financial resources to more school specials. Yes. No?
I don't anticipate that the need will be reduced a great deal. In fact,
Okay.
I think our needs will for school specials, both the existing and new ones, will grow this year as the transportation needs and more school, you know, as the transportation needs grow and more schools become full.
And then we're anticipating a school opening in 2024 in wards Spomatapi. And at what point would you start working with the school boards to plan for that?
You know, we meet with them regularly, and that's on the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, sort of on the, you know, discussion for coming up here, where those students and families may be coming from. Right now, the focus is on is planning for September 2024. Has been you know, a review of 2023's performance, if you will, what's worked well, what hasn't, and Dr. Ann Anderson, the new grade 12 opening up there, has been the focus of much discussion, and any new potential changes to ward boundaries, ward boundaries has been the focus.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wright. I think we briefly had Councillor Jans on the phone, but I don't, are you there, Councillor Jans? Okay, I believe he's just going to send in his questions. I'll go to Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Thanks for both the report from ETSAB. Really appreciate all the work that went into it. My questions are going to focus on the administration side. I wanted to ask about, and this is the theme sort of come up a few different times during the discussion already, around that balance of you know, how we communicate what people's perceptions are versus maybe what's actually happening, and how you know, we don't always hear about the vast majority of transit ridership that goes on without incident and is a good experience. At the same time, you know, I think where I'm coming at this is that in my time, I've never been hearing more from people about their perception of safety, particularly when it comes to folks who are younger. And to the point where it's now very common for me to get a message at least once a day, when, you know, 6 or 7 years ago, it was once every couple of months, if ever. And so I guess what I wanted to understand is that there's a lot of good recommendations in the report. One of the pieces I'm curious about is how we might adjust or be thinking about adjusting our communication to respond to a new reality that there is a lot of one-offs being presented in Facebook groups, on Nextdoor, on you name it, that is now what is dominating people's attention. And even if it's not the reality, how are we trying to address that?
I think it's not just your office receiving a higher volume. I'll start with that. Across the board, as these issues, and they're broad social issues that we're all seeing in our communities, transit's at the intersection. So all of us are seeing more concern, people feeling uneasy, feeling troubled by what they're seeing. And, there's a drug poisoning crisis happening. We've got a houselessness, problem, et cetera. So I think, your point is taken that we could look for ways to be more proactive in our communications about the transit experience. At the same time, I don't want to take away from how people are feeling about experiences that don't go positively for them either. So there's a delicate balance. I chat with my colleagues across the country. We're all struggling. CUTA is coming out with a national paper identifying recommendations and calls to action. So there might be some opportunities there to work collectively as the industry to talk about this in a way that puts it into context and does talk about all of the measures that we've put in place. And I think that's where we've probably been a bit quieter and could do a bit more promotion. MacEwan students last year gave us a simple suggestion of putting up safety information boards. Why hadn't we thought of that before? So I think more proactive kind of communication about all the different measures and tools that are in place. We can certainly action that.
Well, and and sorry, my time hasn't started, so I'll assume there's just 2 minutes left right now. I'm going to make a wild guess. So to that point around sharing what we have been working on, what your teams have been working on, and again, recognizing that I get that there's maybe hesitancy to be saying like, we should be doing this once every X number of times. But I am curious if we have thought about the value of saying, okay, this is clearly an issue that people have been raising with us. Once a week, we're going to be sharing a story about the work that we're doing, about the team. And I'm making up a time frame. It doesn't have to be once a week. It could be once a month, but more frequent to provide a bit of a counter narrative that isn't diminishing of the real experiences people are having and people are sharing on these groups and with us, but show them that it is being taken seriously, because I think that's the part that seems to be missing right now. Even and maybe I'll ask this question is, how does EPS fall within this? I remember a press conference just about a month and a half ago where it sounded like EPS wouldn't proactively patrol transit centers because they were waiting to be asked to come in. I don't believe that's the case. I don't believe that's reality, but there's actually never been a public clarification on that. So how do you work with EPS on things like that as well?
So really happy we have a tripartite leadership governance structure with the chief, executive director Bentero, and our city manager working very collaboratively. Our director of transit safety comes from police and has a lot of great relationships. They've employed enhanced tactics at problematic locations. Great example is Southgate. We've got EPS members patrolling along with our transit peace officers. There's a lot of collaborative efforts. It's not an easy, solution to just implement it overnight. It takes a lot of coordination and a lot of collaboration, and that work is happening. And I agree. And I'll take it back with our communications and engagement folks and get a more proactive communication plan, sharing those updates more regularly.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Knack. For the second round, over to Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. So the tyranny of the anecdote versus taking measures that address those anecdotes or those perceptions. We've had conversations in the past about turnstiles. Can you remind us where we're at on turnstiles?
So we've completed our research on the use of fare gates. We have not found a property that has proven they reduce security disorder and crime. So those that have employed them, it has been used for fare evasion purposes. There's also a research study being done for Calgary Transit as well that we're collaborating on. And my understanding is that research is also indicating that no one has really employed them for security-related reasons.
So I'm going to challenge that a little bit. How many people that are perceived to be the troublemakers on transit are paying a fare? And would there be a perception that if there was a fare gate, that essentially that fare gate creates somewhat of a safe haven in the transit space? And maybe I'll go back to Ms. Peters-Jones about that. Like, would that, do you think, I don't know if you've studied this or if your group has talked about this, but would fare gates enhance that feeling of safety on the transit platform?
To be completely honest, no.
No?
I don't believe so. It's not something we've discussed as a group, but from my personal opinion and from what I have seen from my own experiences across the world, I don't believe that fare gates necessarily improve safety as such, or at least there may be a perception of safety, but not actual physical safety, because people, if they want to get in there, they can get in any way they want. They are not necessarily, gates are not necessarily a barrier for people if they want to go into the station with nefarious purposes. So I would suggest kind of like maybe having just a few more people, say, checking in with passengers fairly regularly on stations and platforms. I think that would be more efficient use of resources than actually just implementing turnstiles and fare gates everywhere.
Okay, because that's consistent feedback that I get. And again, that falls into the tyranny of the anecdote. And I'll mention my own. Two of my kids still live with me, and they take transit every day. And this kind of flips on both sides. They're not particularly, they don't feel unsafe on the bus or on the train. They actually feel unsafe when they get into the pedway system, either at the university or downtown. And it's once you move away from the platform that concern comes up. So I don't know that I honestly don't know if turnstiles would help that perception. But that is feedback I get from constituents, that if there was fare gates, perhaps if there's even glass barriers along the edges of the LRT platforms, like you see in some other places, that there's that would enhance their perception of safety in those places.
So hearing glass makes me nervous. We've had a lot of infrastructure damage and vandalism.
Yeah.
And our next report coming forward in May, we're actually going to articulate the cost that we've incurred related to that vandalism behavior. So I just caution.
Shelters, right? Yeah.
Let's avoid glass.
Yeah. But I should be asking questions, not just engaging in random speculation, but I'm thinking of that, that tram space where because it feels safe, there's a lot more people. Because there's a lot more people, there's a lot less vandalism. So, at what point in this circular argument do you either insert yourself or reject the argument?
I always go back to the levers of ridership, and I think service investments generate ridership. And I think safety investments will generate ridership. And getting the ridership, we've got great momentum going, and I'm really encouraged. And I think if we continue those investments and pick the right things, it's gonna come together. The challenge are these really broad kind of social issues as an overlay on top of. It's like the tipping point of, can we get the right amount of measures and investment to tip it in our favor so that we start to see, combined with the enhanced safety plan that you approved last year, following through on all of those actions, I think we'll see the results.
And sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to mention that, Heathrow Airport, for example, has safety glasses. I absolutely hate them because you can barely get through them half the time, and they're really annoying most of the time.
They're pinch points, right?
Absolutely. But we have better things that we need to spend our money on right now.
Fair enough. Okay, so I appreciate that input. I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Cartmell. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, before I just ask a few other questions, I'll just put the recommendations for 7.1 and 7.2 to accept for information, and then I'll have a subsequent.
Well, you can just make your motion as the motion.
I've talked to the clerk, and this is what they recommended. So, because I still want to accept so I'm going to do both except for information, and then I'll do a subsequent, if that's okay. I guess to administration, on your ETS youth strategy pillar, have you or do you have a plan to bring that strategy to the youth council for discussion on their feedback before you roll that out?
So that was just our initial compilation of ideas based on engagement and feedback to date. Happy to do that, bring it to other groups, and maybe Sarah wants to add a bit more on the GBA side as well.
Yeah, I don't think I'd have much to add. I think that's a great suggestion to bring it to the Youth Council. It's something we've put together. It's almost more of an action plan. We're going to focus on it this year, and within administration, here are some actions we're going to take. But great to have feedback from Youth Council.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. I used to be the youth council leader in Strathcona County, and transit's a huge thing. So I just know they would probably have some thoughts on this, and even the marketing. I could tell, no offense, that was an adult recommendation for the marketing, because often what I hear from youth is that when adults try to do marketing to youth, it comes off as trying to look hip and cool and failing miserably. So, so I just want to make sure that even if we have to administration, if we do targeted marketing to youth, it would be I guess for me, I'd hope that the youth council could react and be like a focus group for that targeted marketing.
I just wanted to point that out, that I actually have a bit of an edge here because I'm communications associate for internal communications with students at the UFA. So we do market to youth pretty much all the time.
I love
so
that.
Yeah, I do have some ideas that we can implement maybe from EDSAP onwards. So
I love it, yeah. Yeah. I don't have any further questions. I feel like both reports were very comprehensive and very good information. And like I said, I'll just have more to say when I do the subsequent and when I speak to the receiving for information.
Thanks very much. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much. For administration, I've noted you didn't have a response on the, well, no, so you talked about the driver training. I guess one of the things that kind of occurred to me too is that, our operators sign up for the job to drive the buses. They didn't sign up to be security guards. They didn't, right? Like, how do you reconcile those kinds of intentions? And, recently we were at the Millwoods Transit Center to kind of see what does a peak time look like and to talk to the operators. Many of them have been with the job for like very long time, and but again, they sign up for to drive, to talk to people, to operate. I've also noticed, just as an add-on, there were peace officers who were roaming between different transit centers, and they did have a presence there. I guess, Carrie, I'm just wondering if you can comment on that a bit.
I'd love to, because they are exhausted, they are overwhelmed, they are struggling. And we are doing focus group sessions, pop-ups in the garages, spot checks, trying to support them. The one thing I am most looking forward to is we're working with the National Transit Association to develop curriculum in order to support them about all of these changes. So across the country, everybody's struggling with this. It's not unique to us, and everyone is just, at their wits' end about how do we adequately prepare our frontline staff for what they're encountering from both an occupational health and safety perspective, and just to develop their own awareness and understanding of these issues. So they will get more training and support, and we do have our peer support program. We have a lot of boots on the ground type support for them, but it's a struggle. They're having a really, really hard time.
Yeah, and certainly don't want to minimize that as well. That's something I'm very concerned about. One thing I thought was quite missing in your response report for me was any mention of TCAT. I forget what the acronym stands for, but we did approve this in the budget to increase the number of transit peace officers. Where is that work at? And I actually appreciate that we recognize enforcement is not the way out of this. I think there's a recent story from New York City where they added 1,000 police officers in transit centers, and that actually did not significantly see massive changes in serious crime. So, people want visibility for that perception. Same thing with turnstiles. It's about perception, right? But, the real data shows that just injecting massive amount of bodies isn't, enforcement alone isn't the answer. Anyways, wondering if you can comment on the TCAT work.
Sure thing. So TCAT's been very active.
Sorry, and what is the TCAT again?
David, are you on the line? Did you want to chime in?
Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks for the question, Councillor. So TCAT, just to start there, stands for the Transit Community Action Team. And realistically, this is a way for us to pull some of our resources from, that responsive work of responding to calls all over the system, largely in vehicles, unfortunately, and therefore taking them off of the transit system and putting them into the trains, especially, and into some of our more contentious transit stations or LRT stations. And I know Southgate's been brought up a lot this morning, and as mentioned, we've got a bit of a joint project going on right now where some members of the EPS are joining the TCAT group in focusing some extra attention, largely presence and just positive engagement with everybody who comes through the station at Southgate, a little bit at Century Park as well for that work. But as much as we'd love to say we could be everywhere at once, we can't. And when you stretch out a team over 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, it doesn't mean that we have a lot of people working all at the same time. So TCAT is really our attempt to maximize that visual presence in order to improve the perceptions of safety that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, appreciate that. I raise that here because I do want to highlight, that it is still one of the tools that there is absolutely work going on in this space. 30 seconds. I want to talk about the youth piece because I think, Michelle, you talk about fourth grade. In other jurisdictions, like in Kingston, Ontario, they focus on grade 6, and I believe I put you in touch with the team there. And they have a dedicated position in, I think, the school board, but specifically focused on transit. We don't really have that. We have lots of different programs. 10 seconds. Can you talk a bit more about value of those things?
We had a great conversation with Kingston, and I'll just see if Sarah or Daniel want to chime in with more details about our outreach that we have planned.
Mr. Wren, do you have details on the Kingston piece? And then I could add more about outreach.
Yeah, more just that we had the conversation and looking to work on a program somewhat similar to what they had and bringing some staff and have students, kids try out a bus and be more familiar with it and remove some of those barriers, whether they be perceived or real, but to help people, show people how to pay, how to ride the bus.
Absolutely. Sorry, I'm so over the time. I'll come back for third.
Sorry.
I would have just considered that your third round, but Councillor Knack, did you want to jump in?
Well, I'm fine with hearing the answer because I don't think I'll take all 5 minutes of mine. So you can finish that answer and then I'll ask the rest of my question.
Thanks, Councillor Knack. Go ahead.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah, appreciate the flexibility there. Yeah, looking to remove the barriers, help students be able to see what a transit experience is like for those people, for perhaps those families that don't have the same experience on transit for whatever reason. But to give them the chance to meet an operator, to meet some staff member, to get on a bus, maybe look at a bus stop, how to stop the bus, which is something admittedly when I moved to the city I didn't know how to do, and how to have the conversation, and then to meet an operator just to reduce the social barriers of, hey, these people are here to serve you, to get you to where you need to go, and help you along the way. So that's really the goal of the program that we're aiming to start, soon here. Sarah, did you have more to add?
Well,
no, that's good. I know we're over time, so go to council. Yeah.
Sure. I'll ask just a few other questions. I know over the last little while we've been a little more proactive in surveying riders and getting the opinions. And I can't remember, is that something we're still doing on we're still doing sort of like a pulse survey monthly with riders? Is that?
Yes, absolutely. We still continue to do our monthly customer survey, rider survey, and then we also do a few annual surveys, a non-rider survey, a DAT survey. So we have some other additional survey work we do throughout the year.
For the monthly surveys, is that easily, or is that just primarily kept internal, or do we have any space where we publicly display those results?
We don't currently publish the reports online, but we do share the results often through these types of council reports. We share some of the statistics. I don't know if you wanted to.
And our annual service plan too, Councillor. The annual service plan gives those key performance measures. But if there's an interest in doing it more frequently, we can certainly take that away.
Not so, really the question, and I recognize a lot of this comes down to this question around perception and things like that, but wanting to understand in those monthly surveys, we're asking about people's perception of safety. What are we, because the most recent survey that I think was publicly put out there was not done by us, but it was a Canada-wide one that talked about 20% of people approximately not feeling comfortable on transit. What are we hearing from our surveys? How is that trending? What is that looking like? And I don't necessarily need the answer today. I think there'll be a subsequent motion, but is that something that can be provided in the future, just so we have a sense of what you're hearing related to this topic?
Yes, absolutely. We can include that in the next report, I think, that we'll have coming on safety. We do ask about perception of safety as well as other perception measures. We have seen, I'll just share quickly, overall perception of safety has declined a bit over the last few years, and youth perception tends to be a bit lower than overall rider perception, but we can provide those numbers in our next report.
Okay, great. That'll be helpful. And I think the last question that I have on this, and then I might have a question when the subsequent goes up, just wanting to close the loop, we have the TCAP team, we talked about this. I want to just make sure I've asked it very directly. EPS does not, has the ability to go into transit centers without being escorted by transit peace officers or security guards, correct?
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I can jump in on that one. Yes, that's absolutely correct. They have, it's considered a public space, so they have full authorities and all of those things.
They don't need to wait to be asked by anyone. They can just go themselves. That is clearly allowed.
That's correct.
And from what I understand in the last little bit is something that they have said they are trying to do now, because maybe in the past there had been some confusion, but now they're actually looking to take a more proactive role. Is that correct?
That's correct. And we're certainly, as Carrie alluded to earlier, we're certainly trying to coordinate our efforts. So instead of a whole bunch of different efforts going on all at the same time, we're coordinating, we're using our data and theirs to make sure we're in the right spots as much as possible. And I know that there's some work with our Healthy Streets Operations Center in some of the other transit facilities that are in those HSOC locations as well.
Okay.
So all of that is being coordinated as best possible.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thanks, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, okay, maybe I'll just finish my final thread on focus on the youth piece. Because, I know that, youth is, there's a definition of a wide range, but I think I'll just highlight that particular one. And, thoughts on this is that grade 6, there's a lot of research and evidence that shows this is a really ideal age group to focus familiarity with all kinds of things, including transit. And so it's a very targeted program versus kind of a blanket to kind of trying to hit everything. And that was kind of where my interest was, is that there's a lot of research and evidence informing these best practices. And so you have a lot of programs kind of in the docket for schools. So I just want to make sure that those are backed by research and evidence that this is the best way to go.
So the program in Kingston was actually grade 9 students.
Oh, grade 9,
before
sorry.
they got their driver's license. So
That's right, sorry.
Yeah, and they had lots of great evidence, and we've done some research. So we're thinking similarly, but again, working collaboratively with the school board.
And I'll just add, our most recent conversations with the school board have indicated that they are also very interested in grade 6, because that's when they talk about local government. So there's also a good fit there. So we're kind of actively discussing that right now.
I just wanted to add to that most young kids start taking transit alone around the grade 7 age, because we actually have specific junior high from grade 7 to 9.
Yeah.
I believe that end of grade 6 would be a fantastic time to catch them in terms of encouraging them to ride transit.
That was a slip of my tongue, sorry, but I'm here. I'm glad to hear. Obviously, start earlier the better. And then the other one I was interested in is the BART example with design and visual campaigns. In my past life, I've done that with McEwen students in terms of active transportation campaigns. Do we have some of those kind of? Because I think signage came up as a pretty prominent theme, and are we actively pursuing some of those opportunities? I was actually surprised that there's not a more Transit Watch kind of signage. But anyways.
So for Transit Watch, we have put up a lot of signage and we've promoted it throughout the system. What we heard from all of this is we need to do more. In terms of kind of partnerships, you know, we've worked with McEwen, we're working with the University of Alberta, we've got a number of other post-secondary partners that are really interested in looking at the user experience and reflecting what they're hearing.
Awesome.
And how we work together. So on the weekend, we had great conversations about safety audits and how can we partner with the U of A. There were a couple of professors saying, you know, we've done our own focus groups, let's partner on this.
Yeah.
So there's lots of opportunities to partner and further that work.
Great. Lastly, you were talking about different ways of increasing ridership. You know, that's kind of safety in numbers, and that's a major kind of pathway we have to address safety. What about, you know, I know we do this on special occasions, but free transit days, or a Lunia day, Tunia day. I know with the ARC fare, it's significantly lower the fare, but I'm actually thinking of this from just encouraging ridership, maybe like a massive ingestion of people on a day, on a weekend, that kind of stuff.
So our research actually shows that directing that funding into service improvements, you get much better returns.
Okay,
So
fair
faring
enough.
returns, you get more ridership typically from people who already use it. But whereas if you can improve the service, add more frequency, more coverage, more span of service, and I think I've heard a few of you talk about, you know, you should have frequent service around the clock. It shouldn't just be a peak only thing. Make it convenient. People are going to use it. That's what I would recommend, and continue staying that course. And we can bring forward more recommendations. How do we keep investing in service? What does the next, you know, 5 years look like relative to that mass transit plan for 1.25 million? We're working on the implementation from an operations perspective, and we'll have some great recommendations for you to consider.
Awesome. Thank you. That's all from me today.
No, there's never a rush. Those were great questions. Thank you so much. So we have a motion to receive both of these reports for information. Would anybody like to speak to these before we vote? I'll just give a moment for those to click on. I'll come to you to close. Did either? Well, I'll just go as we're waiting for a few more names to pop up. Just want to reiterate my gratitude to ETSAB for the great work that you've done on this, really highlighting this important topic for us and the challenges that youth currently face on our transit system. And also want to extend my gratitude to our administration as well for the incredibly robust response that you've put together to respond to those concerns. You know, I really appreciate the earlier comment that what we're seeing on transit is the intersection of many broader issues in our society. So while I fully support and am grateful for the ongoing comprehensive transit safety initiatives that the city is taking, you know, it's also looking to us and our partners in other orders of government to accelerate investment in those underlying challenges to address the housing and drug poisoning crisis in our community. You know, transit has such an important role to play in our communities. I'm excited to see this ongoing investment and excited for the improvements that I know are coming. I'm not seeing anyone else sign up. Oh, okay. So Councillor Tang, over to you.
Okay. For some reason I'm stuck on speaking. I can't sign up. I echo a lot of the gratitude for everyone. I also want to acknowledge that, you know, I think the courage for young people to speak up. You know, we have someone who registers speak, but you know, obviously in school and they can't. I think it takes a lot to share your story, your vulnerability, and your experience. And I encourage, you know, young people to continue to share those feedback. I hear so much, as I imagine all my colleagues do, about transit safety, LRT buses, but I don't hear that as frequently from young people. And so I encourage them to continue to speak up, and there's lots of various venues that we have. I'll have a bit more to say when it comes back to perhaps, you know, the subsequent, but I really appreciate this work. I do hope that in the future that there can be more administrative support for ETSAB to conduct this kind of research. I think it's actually quite valuable when it's not directly city-led. You get a different kind of response. So appreciate that this was all kind of volunteer done, but you know, hopefully there can be more more collaboration on this. I also hope that we can end today's conversation not to perpetuate kind of that fear-mongering I think is actually quite prevalent these days. We have to keep in mind, too, that every week we have 1.25 million rides that do go by without an incident. This is a real issue, absolutely, and there are some hot spots that I think we can focus and target our interventions. And I also appreciate a lot of response from administration that we're taking a multi-pronged response to this issue. There's not a single answer. I know there's a lot of people are putting their money in the turnstiles and more officers, more uniform. We actually have quite a bit of boots on the ground in various formats that I look forward to hearing more about in the coming months. We have a report coming back, but I also just think we need to recognize the multi-prong, and we are taking those approach, and there is a safety plan in place, and we're continuing to monitor and receiving feedback on that. Thank you very much.
On that note, may I just take? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, no, I'm sorry. I'll go to Councillor Rutherford to close.
And just know you can share that thought with me at ETS Advisory Board next week.
Yes, absolutely.
I just, again, want to thank the Edmonton Transit Services Advisory Board. We often use the acronym ETSA, but I'm just going to try to use the full name. This is a group of volunteers that have given their time because they're passionate and they care about transit and about making Edmonton a better place, and transit is a big piece of making sure Edmonton is a great place to continue to thrive with businesses, family, school, education, all of those things. I also really appreciated the focus on the youth element. I think, a lot of times when we can create systems that help those most vulnerable, whether it be youth, whether it be seniors, whether it be people experiencing or with disabilities, then everyone benefits. And I feel like this is a great example of how the work and the response from the transit services, which I was very impressed with, will start to pave that way for the focus on youth, actually making transit better for all that experience it. Absolutely. So just wanted to say thank you to ETS Advisory and all of the people that put in the great work and time and effort into this. And I also want to thank administration for receiving that so well, and also having a really great plan going forward specific to youth and how we support youth to continue or start using our transit services. Thank you.
Great. I'll call the vote.
Councillor Cartmell?
Yes, for me.
We have all 4 votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that's carried. Councillor Rutherford, I believe you had a subsequent?
Yeah, so my subsequent is that administration provide a progress report on implementation of the transit safety plan approved by council in February 2022, and that the report includes an overview of key performance indicators and program outcomes and outlines opportunities to further enhance transit safety and security. And that would be due date May 2023.
Thank you. We'll go now just...
Can I introduce?
Please introduce.
Sorry, so I felt that this was really important to bring up now because, and the due date may be questioned because it's very tight and not our typical process, but what I understand in talking with ETS and transit services is there is a report coming back in May that talks about the downtown, Chinatown, and transit safety plan all in one. And what I'm concerned about is by having that as one big discussion, that some of the social issues and social disorder can get overtake the conversation. And as was mentioned by Councillor Cartmell and others today, I feel that transit safety and that work can include enhanced cleanliness, enhanced frequency. I think there's other facets that we need to explore specific to transit and specific to not just downtown, but the entire transit system. And so I feel like the intention of this motion is really to separate those two discussions, knowing there is interconnectivity between the two of them, but to really have a focused conversation on transit safety, what's been happening, what the data is telling us, and where we're going from here. And I felt that it needed to be a subsequent because it's broader than just youth itself. It's the bigger system. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Cartmell.
Just to speak.
Okay. Councillor Tang, did you have questions?
I guess first to the mover, can you talk to me a little bit about the timeline or the thinking behind the timeline here for May? It's coming up very soon. It's like in a month.
Yeah, so my understanding from administration is that they're already working on that report that I mentioned. That's the all three combined. And so what I understood is that it would be easy to, because it isn't written yet, to split that into two separate reports. And I would like that to be the case, again, so that we're having focused attention on downtown and downtown vibrancy, and we're having focused attention on transit. And while there's interplay, that we also have those separate conversations.
Okay, so I guess to administration, so yesterday we just approved the postponement for the multidisciplinary and outreach team ecosystem report, which would include an examination of things like COT, which is the community outreach transit teams, the help with the EPS, and there's a context there with the Healthy Street Operations Center. We have so many acronyms. So that report, I think, is now coming back in June. And I think I think earlier, Chair Stevenson had talked about sort of the transit doesn't just happen in isolation, and all the root causes are so embedded in many other systems and other levels of government. And I guess I'm just wondering about this timeline. So we're going to have this, and then in June we're going to talk about kind of transit safety again in the context of some of these other outreach. Would it be better to not combine them, but like present those at the same time so you have that broader context as well?
So I'll start and then Gord can chime in. So we have writing underway for the originally intended information report for those three components that Councillor Rutherford described. I think adding content about the KPIs, how we're doing on outcomes, and then opportunities will take some workshopping internally with some stakeholders. I think depending where it lands in May, it'll be a hustle. We're going to do as much as we can to pull it off. If it were to be in June, that does give us more time to work through, especially the blue sky thinking of what else can we do and bring forward. We have some service opportunities that I really want to articulate well. So I think we can make either one work. One just gives us a bit more breathing room. The other would bring it in time with those other discussions.
Great. Gord, do you have anything?
I think Carrie covered it off.
Okay.
If we're going to add a little bit more than we initially intended to present in May, that would give us that time to do that. Plus, it will also align with the other report that's coming forward, which is largely transit focused as well.
Yeah, totally. And I think there's some openness to making it in June.
Yes, it is, but I don't want them to be collapsed again, like the whole intention was separate reports. So again, I don't want it, and I can explain more in my closing, but yes, I'm fine with June.
I don't mean for it to be like one report. I think similarly I think there's maybe some, can be cross-referenced perhaps. I think I just don't want that piece to be lost either, that when we talk about transit safety, it's not just the city alone. It doesn't happen in a vacuum, and there's a lot of connections, and I can appreciate the perspective of, we need some have dedicated conversation on this. I imagine the other one is also going to be a pretty big conversation as well, and transit safety, we're going to talk about it again. So
my interpretation, and Councillor Rutherford can correct me if I'm completely wrong, I see this as a report about what do we have control over. So directly, what can we recommend for you to consider for further enhancements?
Absolutely.
And then that other report sounds like it's touching on what I alluded to earlier, that umbrella of
Yeah,
the
totally.
broader system.
So start with what we have control over, and then also
Yeah.
remind everyone that this is not, this alone is not all that's
right.
happening, right?
So like two complementary
Yeah.
reports, but very distinct,
Yeah,
I think is what you've described.
I mean, if committee's open to it, I will opt for friendly amendment for June then,
Yeah, I'm not seeing any objection.
and perhaps the others can be, that other piece of maybe cross-referencing or whatever with that other report can be discussed at a agenda review committee. Is that, okay. That's all, but great motion.
Great, thank you. I'll take a turn and just want to clarify. So I really like that idea of the two reports for June. What does that mean for the report coming in May? So would it be more focused on downtown Chinatown safety, or would it still include some of that transit safety as well?
I think that's some of the clarification we'll seek with the city manager's office. I know they wanted to have a wholesome conversation of all three components, so perhaps we could share some information to help with the May timeframe and allude to the more fulsome, further detailed report coming a bit later.
Yeah, well, I think the really important piece there is that there is clearly an overlap between part of our LRT and transit network with the downtown and Chinatown, but our transit system is much more than downtown. So I could certainly see a focused, a focused portion of the May report speaking about the transit issues that are specific to the downtown and Chinatown, and then maybe that broader transit discussion again is more appropriate in the June report. As a question, perhaps.
I think we can take that away and have our transit safety director shepherd that with the city manager's office.
Great. Yep, that sounds excellent. And then Ms. Peters-Jones, I just want to go to you and you had wanted to add a comment? What?
I just wanted to say thank you for listening to us.
Oh, yeah.
We really appreciate that. And my son would also like to thank the bus driver of the 709 bus for his stickers and for dropping us off a little bit closer to school in cold weather.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. No further questions from me. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Two quick questions. So from this report, I just wanted to get, this would be the one where we would see sort of what a detailed communications plan would look like, ideally, how we're trying to communicate all of the great work that is happening.
If that's for us, yes, I can include that for sure as one of the bundled kind of outlines of opportunities for us.
Great. And would this be, would EPS be joining in that conversation around transit safety if when this comes in June?
I think we can take that away, and that's something that Dwayne can talk to that tripartite leadership group about.
Yeah, I think there might be value in making sure that they can respond to questions if there are any. I know I might have some at that time, just to make sure that, anyway, I'll talk about it later. Those are all my questions. I'll speak to it at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Last call for questions. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Cartmel to close, to speak to.
Thank you. I was going to make some snarky comment, but I won't. At first I wasn't going to support this because of all of the overlapping reports and what sounds like, reports stacked on reports. So I appreciate, first of all, the conversation that, this report focuses on what we can do or what the city can do, and then we will speak to partnerships, and then we'll speak to, broader responsibilities. So that's fine. So I'm happy to support the motion in that context. I still have a lot of concerns. A lot of the conversation today is about, and I don't want to trivialize it, but it's been about how to get youth to adopt transit as part of their everyday life, and how that ultimately evolves into a more robust transit system, more users, a safer realm, that kind of thing. That's a slow roll. That's a long-term evolution. I think we've talked about how energizing or enlivening or enriching the public realm generally, not just on transit, but in our downtown spaces, in our open spaces. That if we can do that and we get more people to involve themselves, that there's safety in numbers. not just in a transit space, but in all of those spaces. And that's, that's great, but it's a little trite, and getting back to the transit perspective generally, that comes back to more service. We've talked about how we need more buses for more service at peak hours, but if we ran our peak hour service every hour of the day, we would be providing the service that would become that reliable system that might see some migration to that system because it's a viable transportation system, not a system of last resort, which is the perception that I think it carries at least part of the time for many of the people. That's a budget question, and really nothing more than a budget question. More drivers would mean more buses are more active more of the time. That too is a bit of a slow roll, or at least something that we really have to contemplate. So I just kind of throw that out there. In the meantime, though, we have a short-term perception problem. And we do have the tyranny of the anecdote, and the number of anecdotes versus the 1.25 million trips per day, per week, fades in comparison when you talk about it statistically, but we cannot just simply say that speaking to those anecdotes and to those experiences is participating in fear-mongering. It's more than that. People have a deep-seated fear of what might happen on the transit system, even if it's the one occasion. If it's the one occasion that happens to me or to my kid or to my wife, that worries me to a great degree, to a degree that I'm really reluctant to have them use that system. And you can get from my house downtown in 35 minutes using transit at 7 in the morning. It's 90 minutes at 7 in the evening. And, so to have members of my family use that system when it's inconvenient and when it's scary to go to, say, to a hockey game gives me pause. And I think it gives a lot of people pause. And I think until we actually speak to those concerns, we're going to continue to have this perception problem. We're going to continue to have this fear problem. And I know that some of these issues are provocative, but and I know that we haven't quite closed the door, no pun intended, on the turnstiles question or on the barriers question. And I know that, the undertone of a turnstile and barrier system is an enforcement question, an increase in enforcement. One doesn't work without the other. And I understand that that's our reluctance and our reticence. And I understand that, we'd like to invest in other things first, but I do wonder if we don't have to take some of these steps, even from a short-term perspective, to regain confidence of some in our system so that they'll come back and use it. And then we have the great unknown as to what our society and our city evolves to when we get to hybrid work and working and learning from home and all of those other things. So great big basket of things to worry about. I'm really worried about the short term. Lots of these things are great in the long term, but I'm really worried about how we get short-term recovery and overcome the cynicism and the fear that a lot of people have about our system. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cartmell. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much, and thanks very much to the mover for bringing this forward. I kind of initially had a similar reaction just in terms of the number of motions we have going on and how might this one perhaps duplicate others. But I'm also reminded of a value of, making sure that transit safety remains very top of council discussion. Last year, we spent a significant amount of time talking about resources and budget and investment into transit safety and transit overall last year. And we were also very much in the state of flux as a result of pandemic, and there's a lot of different patterns of working from home and coming back to office, and all of that was kind of culminating in a pretty, I think, massive debate that was surfacing every week. And so we've talked about budget and investment. Now I think we're actually really looking at how are those investment transpiring and what kind of results are we getting. And so I think this is a really good way to keep this conversation top of the agenda. It very much is a priority, I think, for this, for the city. I will speak for myself. It's very much a priority, especially when when there is a train that is warming up and doing a lot more testing. And I know that there's a lot of hesitancy in Ward Garahio from transit enthusiasts who are now having a lot of second guesses about whether or not they will take it for all kinds of reasons, but safety is one of them. And earlier we talked about public trust. I think there's a global trend of eroding public trust in public service or public institution. I think in the past year and a half since the election, I've seen that also in areas like parks and roads and snow removal. And I think actually keeping actions and results, outcomes top of mind also demonstrate a commitment to this area, and hopefully helps us to rebuild some of those trust. And finally, I've kind of said it earlier, transit safety is not a standalone, isolated issue that happens in a vacuum. I appreciate, the flexibility on the timeline, and I'm also heartened to hear that, come May and June, we're gonna actually be having a ton of conversation around what we're doing, not only on transit safety, but addressing some of those root causes, and how are we linking with the players in this entire ecosystem that spans from transit to policing to our mental health care, et cetera. And I think that's a very important one, and I look forward to getting this back and see what is within our control, but also how does this fit in the context of everything else. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tang. I'll briefly speak as well. Just wanted to say thank you so much to the mover for this very thoughtful motion. I think what we've seen today is we've identified the challenge, we've heard a response to how we're going to address that challenge, and that third piece is really measuring how we succeed at doing that. The report that will be generated provides a great benchmark and a way to continuously measure those improvements as they move forward. For those who are hearing the anecdotes about our transit system, I hope you can also hear the seriousness with which City Council and our entire city administration is taking these issues and the effective responses that the city's been developing in partnership with others. I hope that you can also hear the metrics. They're not as compelling as an anecdote, but the 1.25 annual weekly trips, that is a powerful story in and of itself. As a transit user myself, I see what's happening on the system, and I have been heartened by the improvements that we've seen, and moreover, again, just the city controlling what the city can control and making those important investments that makes transit more viable for all of us. So thank you again to the mover, and I very much look forward to this report when it comes forward. Councillor Knack, you wish to speak.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Stevenson. And again, just thanks for this motion. I think it's really important, and I realize I'm going to echo a little bit of what all of you have said, in particular, Councillor Carmel, but I think it's worth saying, like, for me, I'm fully comfortable. I feel safe using transit every time I use it. I know I don't use it as often as others on council and others within city administration. I use it a couple times a month, but every time I use it, I feel good about it. I've never felt unsafe. And I'll add, I think it has never been taken more seriously than what I've seen the last few years by the team in the ETS and all of our safety staff and all of our security staff. I remember back, it was probably about 7 years ago when WAVE first came forward with a number of issues they highlighted for transit safety and security. And honestly, I don't think anyone had considered it. It really, not that safety wasn't a consideration within the city of Edmonton on transit, but that it felt more like almost a bit of an afterthought from and then they brought to light some pretty major concerns that primarily women were feeling unsafe using transit. And it didn't matter whether it was backed up by actual statistics of it, but the fact that there was a clear perception from so many people that it was an unsafe system really started to change the way we approach this as a city. And so I think the team at ETS is doing a phenomenal job and recognizes how important that is. I think the challenge, honestly, right now is very much around how we're communicating that, because I have never seen the level of correspondence that we are getting now. And again, I feel safe. I know many feel safe. I know the vast majority of those 1.25 million trips are done safely and people go about their day. But there is I think Councillor Cartmell's comment around the tyranny of the anecdote is very relevant right now. And how we communicate around what we're doing, the action we're taking, and how seriously we've been taking this over the last few years, and all of the changes that have occurred. That's the area I feel we're faltering a bit right now. I think we're losing out on a communications challenge, and there are broader safety issues that we need to deal with. But there's also a piece that we are just not able to be out in front of it the same way that I'm seeing right now almost every day. And so I'm really looking forward for these upcoming reports because I want us to be able to talk about it. I mean, I wasn't really exaggerating when I was like, I wish we would be doing weekly updates as a city, talking about here's the actions that have been occurring to help address safety, to make sure people see that out there and know that we are taking it as seriously as we talk about here at these meetings. And so that's what I'm hoping we can have some conversations on, along with all of the actions that have been underway and some of the metrics that we can showcase to people. Then let's take that information and really drive it home to people about what's been happening and all the positive things that are going on, and acknowledging the realities of where there are still challenges. We shouldn't shy away from that. It's just a matter of saying, here's where we acknowledge there are realities and there are challenges, and here's what we're doing to work on addressing them. So that's been really just something that's sort of been sitting in the back of my mind for a while, and as I'm sure with everyone else here. And so looking forward for these reports. Thank you for putting this motion forward, Councillor Rutherford. It is really appreciated, and I look forward to sort of seeing those conversations stay out in the forefront over the coming weeks and months here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yes, thank you. And I want to start by acknowledging Councillor Cartmell's comment, because I had the same tension. And so that's why I met with administration in advance of this to say, you know, does it even need a motion? I know there's a lot going on. And through that conversation, it really did parse out a gap. And that gap was around specifically a targeted conversation on transit. So for example, that report coming back in May, yes, it talks about, you know, Corona Station or Churchill Station. Maybe it talks about Chinatown. It talks about downtown vibrancy, but it doesn't talk about Northgate. It doesn't talk about Southgate. It doesn't talk about the broader system, and this is a huge, huge system. I also echo the same sentiments as Councillor Cartmell and Knack and my other colleagues around that this is a real concern for Edmontonians right now, and that is why I felt compelled that we need to give it as much attention as possible and have a focused conversation, because it is a real concern. You know, I think about how many conversations we had in 2022 related to snow and ice, because it was a real concern. Transit safety is also a real concern, and I'm of the mind too, similar to Councillor Tang and Councillor Stevenson, yes, it is an open system that is impacted by the broader social context and social issues. But I think that if it's balled into that conversation solely, it gets lost. Because when you read that report that's in attachments, what attachment, I don't know what number it is, but the City of Edmonton Transit Safety and Security Engagement Findings from March 2022, there's actually a lot of facets in there that aren't related to social disorder that affect people's perception of safety. And so through that conversation and through that work, while I'm very reluctant to want to just do a motion and generate another report when there's a lot coming forward, I think about OP12, I think that this is one we owe it to Edmontonians to have that fulsome conversation. And I really do want to focus in on what we can do specific to the entire transit network. Second to that, I think it hopefully gives administration that permission to dream big. And yes, there may be budgetary things that come out of this discussion. And that's for council to decide at Fall SOBA what we are going to prioritize or as part of OP12. But for me, I'll be explicit right now. I think transit safety is you know, as important to me as snow and ice at this point in time. Those two things are where I really want to see investments. So I absolutely invite, you know, you to dream big, to have that blue sky visioning and about what could be and what's within our control to help with all of those dimensions of safety. So I thank my colleagues for entertaining my motion and for the thoughtful debate and discussion today, and for seeing the intention that this is, while a part of a bigger conversation, also a unique conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that's carried. Thank you. So we're coming up to the noon hour, but I would like us to, thank you again to our delegation, switch over to item 7.3. And if administration feels that they can complete their presentation before noon, I think it would be great to get that started.
Madam Chairperson, we can definitely get the presentation up and queued up.
Great.
We'll just get the team members up.
No trouble. Thank you.
So, Madam Chairperson, we can jump right into the presentation and have Nicole Fraser as well as Ryan Barkway from our communications and Craig McEwen, our branch manager of Parks and Road Services. They'll take you through the presentation this morning on the Homeowners Association and the maintenance on city lands.
Okay, thank you, Gord. So at the March 8th, 2022 Urban Planning Committee, so just over a year ago, a motion was passed asking administration to provide an update regarding the implementation status of public engagement, public communications, agreements, and other items previously identified in the report on engagement with homeowners associations as city building partners. So this includes how city standards are applied in maintenance agreements between homeowners associations and the city. So with me is Nicole and Ryan, along with Gord, along with a number of other folks, a cross-functional delegation to answer any questions you may have. So I will now hand it over to Nicole.
Thank you, Craig. Good morning, committee members. Public spaces in Edmonton are maintained by the city according to budgeted service levels or base level services supported by the tax levy. When homeowners associations or HOAs desire enhanced amenities such as a gazebo, a dog waste bag dispenser outside of an off-leash area, or enhanced landscaping such as increased turf mowing cycles, more frequent routed garbage pickup, or additional horticultural displays that exceed the city's service levels, scope of work, or budget on public land, these are considered enhanced services. When enhanced service levels are desired, HOAs may work with the city through maintenance agreements that authorize community groups, including their staff or contractors, to perform maintenance activities on public land. Over the past year, administration has worked on improvements to maintenance agreement processes and options for enhanced service levels, incorporation of city standards into maintenance agreement templates, and identifying opportunities for increased communications and engagement with homeowners associations. Next slide, please. Administration has completed several improvements related to maintenance agreements with HOAs. These improvements include updating the webpage where groups can access requirements and digital intake forms for maintenance agreements, developing standard maintenance agreement templates that outline each party's responsibilities and reference city standards for base level and enhanced maintenance, creating a centralized inventory of maintenance agreements for management of existing agreements and tracking approvals for new agreements, and expanding the city's landscape services program, which will be publicly available through the city's website. This program helps community groups ensure enhanced maintenance resources that they may find difficult to obtain or bridge the gap for some HOAs who need time to hire to contractors before entering into a maintenance agreement. Though users will pay for services, the program focuses on recovering costs, not on generating profits. In 2022, 3 HOAs leveraged the landscape services program. Next slide, please. To ensure that city standards are applied to maintenance agreement with HOAs, administration has integrated the city's design and construction standards for landscaping into maintenance agreement templates. These agreements also include guidelines for protecting the natural environment and public land, as well as regulations around herbicides, pesticides, fertilizers, insurance and liability, nesting and migratory bird protection, and alignment with relevant bylaws. Next slide, please. Some HOAs have sought maintenance agreements to complete mechanical weeding and mowing in the ornamental areas outside of the naturalized boundary of stormwater management facilities. Naturalization around stormwater management facilities carries several important benefits, including protecting banks from erosion, capturing rainwater, reducing stormwater runoff to reduce the risk of flooding, and providing a home for pollinators, birds, and small animals. The city's design and construction standards for landscaping outline requirements for naturalization around stormwater management facilities. In alignment with the city's environmental goals and the design and construction standards, mowing is not permitted in naturalized areas. Administration paused and reversed naturalization at some stormwater management facilities in 2022, pending future public engagement.
Thanks, Nicole. Administration has increased communication efforts with Edmontonians, including HOAs, through the Parkland Care campaign. In 2021 and 2022, advertisements, social media campaigns, signage, and postcards were used for education and communications about naturalization processes and benefits, the location of naturalized sites, and service levels in parks and open spaces. For 2023, administration plans to install interpretive signage at select naturalization sites and use videos, social media, and postcard mailers to continue to raise awareness and educate residents about naturalization in their neighborhoods. The City of Edmonton values input from homeowner associations and has been working to improve communication and collaboration with them. In January 2023, administration sent a survey via email to 44 HOAs to determine their access to and knowledge about city services and the ways the city can improve communications. There is a continuing desire from HOAs for increased service levels and communications about programs and services related to landscape maintenance. Administration will consider feedback gathered from the survey when looking at potential improvements to the city processes and services. Next slide. To conclude, homeowners associations are valued stakeholders. Open communication and sharing information about city processes and services accessible to HOAs and other groups is important, as well as ensuring groups have the opportunity to be engaged. HOAs are identified as one of the stakeholder groups that will be invited to provide feedback on the development of citywide plans for 2023 to 2030 around naturalization and tree planting. Phase 1 of public engagement was completed in May of 2022 and results were shared on the Engaged Edmonton page. Phase 2 of public engagement will be launching this May and will gather feedback on naturalization and tree planting locations citywide and provide that at a high level. More information on this plan to engage with the public, HOAs, and other stakeholders will be included in an upcoming council report, City Plan New Urban Trees.
The city also has a number of ongoing programs and opportunities for HOAs to participate in beautification and activation in parks and open spaces, such as the community-led construction process, Front Yards in Bloom, Partners in Parks, Root for Trees, the Boulevard Gardening Program, and community gardens. Through these opportunities for stakeholder engagement and collaborative programming, we are committed to building a climate-resilient city while serving Edmontonians in an inclusive and compassionate way. This concludes the presentation, and we're happy to take any questions you may have.
Great, thank you very much for your presentation. So I will pause us here just for the public speakers on this item. So Mr. Van Buskirk, Ms. Herman, and Mr. Traulenberg will be back from our lunch break right at 1:30, and we'll go to you first for speaking. So I'm sorry we couldn't get to you this morning, but we will speak to you shortly at 1:30. Until then, we are on recess. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are live from River Valley Room.
Thank you very much. I will call this meeting to order. I'll do a brief, well, I don't even do a roll call because you're all physically present. Councillor Rutherford, Councillor Tang, Councillor Cartmel, joining in person here in River Valley Room. We're also joined by our colleague, Councillor Wright. Hello. And that is everyone. Oh, and sorry, Councillor Knack is here as well online. Good afternoon, Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
So we are carrying on with item 7.3. We've had a presentation from administration, and we'll now be going to our public speakers. So for those of you who may be speaking at committee for the first time, we will hear you in a panel, which means that all three of you will have an opportunity to present for 5 minutes. After you've each presented, council members will ask questions of you. So please don't go anywhere after you've presented. Our colleagues may have some follow-up questions for you. There will be a timer that you can see on your screen, but I will let you know when you've hit 5 minutes and that time is up. For those, I think all of you are participating virtually, so just please remember to mute your microphone when you're not speaking, and please refrain from using the raise hand function. If you have any technical difficulties, don't hesitate to reach out to the city clerk. And with that, I will go to our first speaker. So Colin Van Buskirk, over to you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're coming through loud and clear.
Very good then. I'm putting on the first part of the presentation, and Rose Herman will be doing the second part. I've got the, I don't know if you have a copy of the agenda there. I'll be taking care of the first 11 slides.
Thank you. If you could just pause for one moment. Oh, there we are.
Okay.
Yep, that's great. So we've got your presentation up. If you can just verbally let our staff know when you're ready to advance to the next slide, they'll move that along for you.
Very good then. Actually, that is the first slide for Windermere North HOA. The second slide, we could go in that too. That's because we're covering off the one at Windermere HOA at the same time, since both groups are involved. And just to get going, the Windermere North Community League began in 2008. So it's been going for almost 15 years. The later development was the one at Windermere, but both, since they are side by side, they have common interests and compare notes and operations all the time. And it's the same management company that looks after both of the operations of the HOA. And we can move on to the next slide there, number 3. Before the HOA was operational, the community, and before the community was transferred from the developer to the city, there was also a Windermere North Neighborhood Association that was formed in 2012 to look after the community, as we had no other representation or anything going on. So at that time, we had our own little meetings. We raised events. We had bottle drives to get financing for everything. We had barbecues. And during that time, we also decided how we wanted the community to look and be presentable. So we also had probably twice a year, we had garbage pickup days. We also had tree trimming and shrub trimming days just to beautify the areas we wanted to present it. And prior to any of this, prior to the HOA, the common areas were looked after by volunteers. We don't want to rely on volunteers all the time, so whenever we could move to something else, we always took advantage of it. But many of the volunteers initially were part of the Partners in Parks program, and they were looking after. With the volunteers, we were looking after many of the flower and shrub beds around the pond area and in the community. So we managed to work with the city, with the Partners of Park. We enhanced the area. We've added more shrubs. We kept it going. Next slide. The area surrounding the pond also includes a sort of a plaza area with a concrete area, including park benches and a what we call a gazebo. It's more like a pagoda, but it provides a place for the neighbors to get together, and that's where we hosted many of our barbecues and events in the community. And since there's quite a good walkway there, there's a lot of people that actually use it to walk their dogs, just go for exercise. People from other areas come in, since it's quite a presentable area, and they all use it for picnics and also for walking their dogs and playing in the area. The only thing we are missing there, of course, is a large flat level area for some type of ball games and that. But other than that, it's used continually. Next slide, please. Yeah, as I say, we do have many visitors coming in. We know how to recognize the vehicles because they usually bring their vehicles, park in a certain area, take their bikes out, go for rides, or else take their dogs out and go for walks. Next slide, please. Many of the community members themselves look after the yards to quite an extent. And sort of a little competition keeps on going. When keep it competitive, it sort of brings in another level of design to it and people looking after it. And many of the members and the gardeners in the area are members of the Edmonton Horticulture Society, and also many of the yards have been nominated for Front Yards in Bloom. So it's quite popular. Next slide, please. And once you get a few people looking after their yards, it doesn't take long before many more come in and start looking after theirs. We'll pass us on to another slide, please. And that's just an example of some of the things we do. We look after front entrance beds, and we're spending probably about $5,000 a year on the front entrance just to keep it looking that good. Next slide, please. And our HOA is responsible for quite a few items, collecting the fees and keeping the area looking as we would like to present it. And have it continue that way.
Sorry, Mr. Van Buskirk, that's your time there. But when we come around for questions from my colleagues, one of them may ask what else you wanted to share, so that you will have an opportunity to share your final thoughts. But
very good, thank you.
You bet. Thanks very much for being here today. We'll go now to Ms. Herman.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you to councillors and committee members for the opportunity to speak. My name is Rose Herman. I'm a resident and also a board member. If I could get you to advance to the next slide, that's just some of the items that our HOA does. If you could advance to the next slide again, please. That's, again, more things that we do. If I can advance to the next slide again, please. So again, I'm representing Windermere North and the one at Windermere. If I could get you to advance 2 slides, please. Okay, So the HOA provides enhanced services to the community at our own expense. This frees up funds for the city to address issues in other areas of the city. We are asking for a maintenance agreement that fits our unique situation, that is not onerous, restrictive, financially crippling, punitive, and does not hold the HOA to a standard that the city of Edmonton would not hold itself to. Please support us in the ongoing development by removing restrictive obstacles and threats of penalties. We have noted multiple legal and technical issues with the 2019 maintenance agreement template. We have submitted our applications and offered to provide comments. However, there was no interest in hearing our concerns. The community is strongly opposed to forced naturalization. Next slide, please. The highlighted area in pink is what is proposed for naturalization. Next slide, please. Our community is known for its beautiful, well-maintained appearance. The intent of naturalization is to reduce the cost of mowing and maintaining public green spaces. Although well-intentioned, naturalization consequences include, but are not limited to, transition from a proactive to reactive management, unmaintained community equals abandoned appearance, loss of community's only recreational area. Next slide, please. There are noxious weeds in the city. Next slide, please. The Farmers Advocate has identified noxious weeds as the #1 concern. Next slide, please. Increased weeds equals increased residential herbicide and antihistamine use, as well as increased commercial farm use of herbicides. It's a transition from a controlled professional weed management to a reactionary homeowner weed management. The city risks relinquishing control to thousands of frustrated homeowners. Decreased property values is decreased taxation revenues. Next slide, please. There's significant damage to infrastructure, and I know this from my prior career. Weeds coupled with northern freeze-thaw cycle exponentially accelerates the deterioration of residential roadways, concrete sidewalks, curbs, catch basins, and pavement. Replacement and repair have a significant environmental and financial cost. Next slide, please. There's a catch basin, and you can see all the weeds down the road. Next slide, please. There's a catch basin that's ready to collapse, and the weeds are exponentially increasing the deterioration. That's a significant safety concern. Next slide, please. This is in Amberside. Next slide, please. This is along White Mud 178. Next slide, please. Although well-intentioned, naturalization safety concerns include but are not limited to increased herbicide and pesticides in our water and foods, tall weeds and popular trees, suckers growing within inches of roadways, obstructing crosswalk and traffic signals. These become expensive to remove as they quickly grow into tree trunks. Foxtails and thistles are well known to cause injury to pets and children, often resulting in the need for medical attention. Next slide. Our community is adjacent to river ravines, already has a prospering coyote and rabbit population. Naturalization of the storm pod area would create a welcoming and cozy residential environment for coyotes, foxes, deer, moose, and rodents. Residents fear losing the pets to coyotes even within their fenced yards. We only have a 4-foot chain link fence. We do not want to lose our clear, unobstructed view of the storm pond, which currently has no hiding places for predatory animals or person. Concerns for curious children who want to explore the pond's edge and tall weeds. Next slide, please. Doug Kelly Park, if you just want to take a moment and just go through each slide, and I'll just randomly speak to it. This is a well-known naturalized area. It was sprayed on August 5th, and I was there August 6th, which is way too little too late. So if you scroll through the next slides, you can see the abundance of weeds. You can't even see the lake anymore. It was very unpleasant. It was a concrete corridor for walking your animals. You couldn't go on the grass. So if you just want to go through the remainder of the slides, there's a significant
and sorry,
amount of
we're just at time.
Yeah.
But again, we can scroll through those slides as we're moving down to Mr. Traulenberg's presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council and committee members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're coming through. Thank you.
Okay, Okay, thank you. Thanks to Councillor Cartmell's office for inviting me to this meeting. I was not aware of it, but certainly glad I'm a part of it now. My name is Ray Trollenberg, and I'm a board member with the Terwilliger Gardens Homeowners Association. I'd like to first of all say that I'm grateful to see that there's more community engagement from the City of Edmonton, but concerned about how effective current measures are in reaching the intended goals. As an example, it was just mentioned in the meeting, as well as some handouts prior to the presentation, that there are 3 separate surveys, November 21, March 2022, and January 2023, asking HOAs to respond to surveys as part of a community engagement measure with HOAs. And our HOA never received any emails on any of those rounds of community engagement, despite being in existence for over 20 years and having several points of contact. I have also learned from my neighboring HOA that they did receive emails in the last go around, but it was only received within 5 days of the due date, which is certainly not enough time to respond to survey matters dealing with large dealing with matters that require considerable consideration, and should be allowed more time to respond to surveys when they are handed out to the HOAs. And the HOAs are comprised of volunteers who aren't necessarily tied to their HOA emails on a daily basis, so more time needs to be allotted to those HOAs to respond to any matters related to surveys. Additionally, we're also concerned about, concerned about the limited consultation when it comes to the developments within communities in the park areas and the naturalization and management around the stormwater ponds. Needed more and better community engagement and feedback, as was evidenced with several reversal and modification to past decisions. And ultimately, I'm asking for more effective communication campaign, including community and HOA meetings, ensuring the target audience is aware of the opportunity to contribute to any discussion relating to common areas, green spaces, and park spaces. HOAs can play a larger role in developing effective strategies in maintaining our community green spaces and park spaces, and we ask that there be a more thorough and diligent effort to ensure that everyone who has the opportunity to engage know that they have that opportunity and are willing to can either accept or decline that opportunity. I can't see my clock here, so I don't know how much time I have left, but I do have some questions here that I'm posing for council. And one of them is that, or questions and concerns. And one is, we would like a better understanding of the Urban Planning Committee's perspective on HOAs and their role in making Edmonton a more attractive place to live and facilitate the enjoyment of the low capital cost green spaces and park spaces in our neighborhoods. There are concerns about creating greener spaces in a 20% canopied area across the City of Edmonton. 2 HOAs that I know of specifically have tried to plant new trees and dead trees, or replace dead trees with new trees. And in both of those neighborhoods, they were declined those opportunities because they were told that the neighborhood would be perceived as being superior to neighboring other neighborhoods in the area. So we're asking for certainly better a better system of working together towards the same goal of basically creating this 20% green canopy, as well as replacing dead trees within our communities. HOA partnership agreements are reportedly being developed with deposit requirements, which has poor optics and suggests a perspective other than a partnership for the greater good. Can HOAs be consulted in the development of those agreements? Because right now we're not being consulted at all. And is there going to be a deposit requirement? And if so, why and how much? And another question, how much time do I have left? I'm sorry, 10 seconds. I see I've got little time. Sorry. Just the other thing is muskrats in the stormwater.
And sorry, maybe, no, that's okay. But again, we'll have an opportunity for questions from colleagues, so there may be an opportunity for you to share your final thoughts there.
Okay, thanks.
Great, thanks to all three of you for speaking today. We'll now turn to questions of council, and I'm happy to go to my colleague, Councillor Cartmell, to start us off.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you all for being here and for your presentations. A few questions, I guess, and maybe I'll go to Rose to start with. So I've got your slide here, number 15, and this is essentially an overhead map that shows. What's the matter? Oh, I thought that was you guys. I'm sorry. I see an overhead map that is sort of coloring in spaces around the pond. So maybe to Rose, is that a map that was provided to you, or is that, where is that coming from? What's the source of that material?
I acquired that I think it was about a year and a half ago from the City of Edmonton website. And that's what they were proposing for naturalization.
At this pond specifically, or just as a generalization?
That was for Windermere North specifically.
Okay. Okay, so I guess I will ask administration if any of those plans that are that old, or if they're still in place, and just what's going to happen there. Given that, though, if that's the guidance that you received, it seems that the naturalization boundary, at least along one edge, is up to the sidewalk. I guess, what is the threshold of the HOA in terms of how much of the space, the current space, could be naturalized without objection? Do you have a sense of that?
We'd like to keep it the way it is, because if you look at that plan, that is our only recreational area. And so we lose even a couple of feet, that takes away from the area that we use for recreation.
So we heard from the city administration in their presentation that there is, some opportunity. Certainly, there's a cost element there, but there's some opportunity for an improved natural realm. So, better flood control, better moisture control, more variety in the landscape, and ultimately a better ecology for all of us. And, this will overlap quite a bit with our goal to expand the tree canopies. So, is there any sort of compromise to that? I would note when I opened the map that, roughly 2 blocks to the southwest are the open fields of Constable Woodall and St. John the 23rd fields. So it's not like there's nothing else in Windermere.
Well, I do appreciate that, but I treadmill and I garden all day long, and well, not all day long, but I count, and there's a person every single minute during the day walking by. I'm in the land industry. I've worked at EPCOR for many, many years, managing the land department, and I used to acquire interests, and those are private property, and particularly during school hours, no one is allowed to be on those lands.
Right, fair enough. Okay, so, well, I guess I'm just wondering if, a more naturalized environment would actually reduce the number of walkers or not.
I believe it would. As part of my presentation, I was going to go and speak to Doug Kelly Park. The first time I went to Doug Kelly Park, which was on August 6th, I went at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I walked an hour and 15 minutes. I did not see one single person, not one single person. The second time I went, I took my husband with me because I was scared. It was unpleasant. It was eerie. It was very closed in, and very sincerely, I thought if something happened to me, they would never find me in the mess. And the weeds were horrible. It stunk, and it was a concrete corridor. You couldn't really walk the grass.
Okay. Okay. I'm not quite sure how to respond to that, I guess, but we did see your photos of that park at that time, so that's helpful. I will ask our administration after this session about what that means. Maybe to Mr. Trollenberg, I may have to come back for a second round, but you mentioned that Something about deposits for consultation. Can you just expand on that?
Sorry, it wasn't deposits for consultation. It was my understanding with the development of the contracts that are being scribed right now with the City of Edmonton as it relates to the HOAs, is that there will be a requirement for a deposit from the HOAs that will be given to the City of Edmonton. And I'm asking if that is in fact the case.
Okay.
And if it is the case, I'm concerned about the optics of it and really what the intent of that measure is.
Great. Thanks very much, Councillor Carmel. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I'll go to Mr. Trellenberg first as well, since you're already up on the mic. Just wanted to follow up on your comment. So you mentioned something I thought was odd. So you, as a homeowners association, applied to replace dead trees or add more trees?
Our HOA did not. Two others in the neighboring area of Southwest Edmonton did, and both of them were declined because of the optics of it looking like a superior or more improved neighborhood than others in the surrounding areas.
Okay, I'll follow up with administration on that. That's curious to me, so thank you for that. To Ms. Herman, I'm not so familiar with your area, so I apologize. But that map, that was a stormwater facility, correct?
Yes, it is.
So in the report, it talks about, you know, some of the benefits of naturalization in terms of preventing bank erosion, capturing rainwater, reducing stormwater runoff, and reducing the risk of flooding. And it actually talks about design and construction standards that 65% of the total area above the water line are naturalized. So I guess my question to you is, what are you hoping for today? Because I'm trying to rectify like this sort of standard and policy and not wanting to encourage recreation around stormwaters, especially in the winter. And like what I'm hearing is your concerns about naturalization. Can you help me understand that, or what your thoughts are on the policy in the report?
We'd like it to remain in its current state. Everybody's extremely happy with it. You know, everybody in the community that I've spoken with, everybody's opposed to it. And the bank has been there, I think, since 2008, and it's a very mild slope. I struggle to see how there can be issues with the slope on it.
Well, that's interesting because you mentioned that the spraying wasn't done until August, but in the attachment 1, it talks about how some areas didn't have treatment till August due to migratory birds and basically our requirements under the environmental protection. Did you have a chance to look at that attachment?
Well, that was Doug Kelly Park. That is not our area. That was just an example of what naturalization could potentially be. And we are saying we do not want that for our community.
Okay, but my understanding wasn't that area naturalized and then it was reversed and now you like it the way it is? Am I understanding?
No. Doug Kelly Park was and currently is that way. That's completely naturalized and it's the city showcase area. What Colin showed and the very final picture I showed was our community. Our community is beautifully manicured to a nice, beautiful standard at the HOA's expense. We are not asking the city to spend more money, do anything. We're saying, let us do it. We're more than happy to pay our exorbitant taxes, pay our HOA fees. Just let us keep what we have. We do not want a Doug Kelly Park.
Yes, I don't know Doug Kelly Park, so again, I don't have a lot of green fields in my ward, so I'm just trying to understand specifically, you know, you're here today and I appreciate every speaker that's here today. I'm just trying to understand what your ask is. So I'm just going to, regardless of cost or anything, I don't think I've mentioned that once. Was the area that was slated for naturalization naturalized and then reversed in August? Because it sounds like there was weed treatment. And
oh, sorry, apologies.
So I guess like, has it been mowed now or is it still in its natural state?
It has been mowed. The HOA has been mowing it. The city for a very brief time stopped mowing it, but the HOA stepped in and mowed it.
So do you have an agreement for that, to mow that?
I have been trying to get an agreement for 2 years. I've submitted multiple applications. I've been passed through 7 or more people trying to get an agreement. I have offered, because of my expertise, having managed the EPCOR Land Department,
Yeah.
to provide input in on the agreement, I've offered that I would walk them around and educate and show them, and every person has blatantly refused.
No, thank you. I appreciate that insight. It just gives me more of the background context that I don't have. So I really appreciate your time and explaining that to me and breaking it down.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks. I just have one quick question for Ms. Herman. So just in terms of, again, I think we'll need to follow up with administration just around some of the design considerations around walkways. But just want to get your thoughts on the portion of the storm pond that doesn't have a walkway around it. So this would be, I think, the eastern side where it's, homes backing on. So again, just thoughts there about, whether naturalization has a different impact when it's away from the footpaths.
People do walk the entire lake, whether there's concrete or there's grass. Our concern is we do have a lot of coyotes coming into our area. If you don't see them during the day or evenings, you see their tracks in the snow. My next door neighbor actually had a coyote come right up behind her. We're very, very concerned about the safety of our pets.
Okay, thank you. That was all the questions I had. I'll go to Councillor right now.
Hi, thank you. I just one question, and I think for Ms. Herman, because you were one of the board members, the HOA board members that received the surveys, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm just wondering, of the 11 questions, it said that it was gathering information about the HOA's understanding. Quite overwhelming, 70-80% aware of the maintenance agreements and service levels and that. Was there any questions that related to the city's sort of goals on naturalization in relation to the city plan?
I apologize, that was quite some time ago. I don't recall the questions, but I did outline a lot of the concerns that I've presented today.
Okay, and so you are quite aware of what the sort of naturalization goals are, and
I have a reasonable understanding of it, yes.
Okay, I'll maybe get some more details from admin on what those 11 questions actually were. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. Just a few more questions, maybe to Mr. Trollenberg. So I understood you to say that you didn't get a lot of notice for the surveys and the engagement attempts by administration. Did I understand you correctly, sir?
No, just to correct that, we didn't receive any notice on any of those 3 occasions over the last 3 years, despite the multiple points of contact we have for our HOA. The one neighboring association that I do know that received it, they received it within 5 days.
Okay.
Of its due date.
Yeah, so I'll ask administration about that. My understanding is that it's really hard to get a comprehensive list of HOAs because these are not a city construct, right? They're
right.
Yeah.
Fair.
Now, on the understanding that we can improve and right-size that communication effort, and I think that this concern tends to surround the stormwater retention ponds. I do have some questions on another HOA that doesn't have that situation, but I guess, in that narrow focus, EPCOR owns the water and some amount of the bank. The city owns the rest of the surrounding area, and then the HOAs kind of layer on. Where do you stand on sort of the naturalization goals and some of those things that we're talking about? Do you have any thoughts on that? I mean, engagement and communication and forewarning notwithstanding, what do you think?
I think if you look at our pond and the way it's developed, I don't think it would be well received within the community. And for reasons that was brought up by the neighboring HOA with respect to locations where animals like coyotes can hide out, just the unsightly nature of some of these naturalized areas. And we've been in existence as a HOA for 20 years. We don't see the reason or need or rationale to actually create a naturalized area around ours beyond what already exists. And perhaps what already exists is sufficient per EPCOR's standards. But I'm certain it would not be well received, especially the proximity of some of our fence lines to the stormwater pond.
Yeah, I think you've landed on one of the problems, not problems, one of the challenges we have with the stormwater ponds specifically, and that is every one of them is different. And
right.
I don't, neither you nor I at this point know whether there's a desire to increase the proportion of naturalization at your pond, whereas we've heard that at other ponds there is that desire. So all of that to say, we need a pond by pond communication effort. Would you agree?
I would completely agree, and that was one of my points, but I ran out of time, is that I think it would be a grave mistake to move forward with any plans for naturalization with one broad brush. We actually have to deal with each one on a case-by-case basis because they are all unique.
I feel, Mr. Schallenberg, that there's a perception that naturalization, you know, is sort of a binary thing, that effectively we stop mowing as much area say as we are now, and then we get weeds and long grass growing up. It's my understanding, I'll test this with administration when we come to them, that you know, that might be the case immediately after mowing stops, but over a number of years, you know, the more natural material will take over, and it becomes kind of that wooded lot, or becomes kind of that naturalized space that is not grass but not weeds. If that is in fact true, and that's the evolution, how do you think your neighborhood would respond? I mean, I can understand in the first year it's kind of ugly and they don't like it, but 5 years hence, maybe it's not so bad.
Yeah, I think that they would not be receptive to it. I've seen the evolution of some of those in my profession, because I go around from neighborhood to neighborhood as part of my work, and what you're describing is an ideal circumstance. In our particular neighborhood, the areas outside of the shrubs and bulrushes that surround the pond itself, it's sawed in place, cut in place, and I cannot imagine that a long-term evolution would be supported by any members of our community, especially those that back on to the pond area.
Thank you. Did you want a third round, Councillor Cartmel? We've got the time.
Sure, but I just wanted to thank Mr. Schallenberg for answering my questions. I may have put him on the spot a little bit, so I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Not at all. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you. I don't see any other questions of our speakers. So we'll thank you, the three of you again, for coming out today and responding to these questions and for your presentations. And we'll now turn back to our members of staff for further questions to them. So I'll just wait for my colleagues to populate the board, and we'll allow city staff to get settled. Okay, thank you. I'll turn first to Councillor Rutherford, who selected this item.
Yeah, I have some questions specifically about HOA, but I actually want to, the reason I selected the item is why I will ask my questions now. I was really concerned, and when I read the report states on page 3, on the April 4th, 2022 council meeting, administration was directed to pause naturalization around stormwater management facilities converted in 2021 and resume regular turf maintenance. And then the attachment 1 has kind of odd wording in that it says that council made a verbal request to revert stormwater management. So I went back to that agenda, I went back to the minutes from that particular meeting, and there was a lot that was discussed around pest control and turf, but this was not a motion that I could find within that meeting. Can someone please clarify where that direction came from?
Go ahead.
When we look back in our records of the notes, it was a verbal conversation. There was no motion. I believe the request came from Councillor Cartmel, and administration responded, and there was a commitment to do public engagement before naturalization would occur in those areas in the future.
I do recall us having a conversation and committing not to do any more until we completed the update.
This was council. The reference is to a council meeting, and I'm very familiar with that council meeting. But it seems odd to me. Usually to reverse a council decision would require a motion, and there was absolutely no motion reversing naturalization and reverting natural areas back.
So, Councillor, I think we'll have to dig into this a bit more, but I think our understanding was that there was a commitment made to not do any more naturalization.
Not doing any more naturalization is different than reverting areas that were previously naturalized to not naturalized states. That is a very different thing.
I understand what you're saying, but I believe that during the discussion there was also a commitment made that the ones that we had started to naturalize the year before, we would resume mowing operations, and that was my recollection, but we'll go back and confirm.
Yeah, I'm very concerned about that from a governance perspective, and in reading attachment 1, that actually really hurt my heart to see, you know, the displacement of migratory birds and those kind of things, and I understand, and I think there's a bigger conversation about weeds and naturalization, and, you know, I've had that in my area, but I'm very, very concerned about the process of how this came about without a council direction. An overt, and when I say council direction, I mean a motion, because I can't imagine in the same meeting where we had talked about biodiversity crisis and stopped mosquito spray, we would have simultaneously approved a motion to reverse naturalization.
I understand what you're saying, but I know we've had conversations on different topics previously, and throughout the conversation, we confirmed the intent of the direction and the conversation, and I think in this specific case, the intent was that we would pause naturalization, carry out the engagement to update the whole program, but also that the ones that were implemented the year before, that we would resume mowing until we had replatformed the overall naturalization program. So that was the direction that we had interpreted. If we were incorrect, we'll have to clarify that, but we'll take that away and look. But the intent was not to go against council's direction or wishes. It was to try and align with what the messaging was that we were receiving.
Yeah, so I guess to clerk, is it normal that to reverse a council decision you need an motion? Is that a standard process? To reverse a decision, not pause, potentially we can discuss pausing, but reverse? What's a standard process for that?
Yeah, I think we're maybe veering into, I appreciate the intent, but I think it's not a fair position to put clerks into.
Yes, fair. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. So I'm just going to ask a very few questions on that, not because I want to. I have a number of questions on process, and I'll probably have a few rounds. It's my recollection that we stopped actually cutting the grass in most of our open spaces as part of a COVID reduction measure, correct?
That was another reduction in service was part of COVID as well.
So we went, and I'm not going to pretend to remember all of the years and the different conversations, but we went through the better part of a 3-year journey of saving money so that we wouldn't have to unduly raise taxes or spend money. And one of those things was not cutting the grass.
We had a number of different reductions in service for a number of different reasons during that period.
And I remember at some point towards the end of that period where former Councillor Banga moved a motion that was at council that said, okay, stop the no cutting of the grass, start cutting the grass again. So perhaps there's been a continuum of instruction and conversation that has been adopted by your department?
We'd need to go back and confirm the specifics, but certainly the intent was to try and align with council's direction.
Right. Nevertheless, here we are with some 70 odd, I'm going to start with stormwater ponds. Some 70 odd stormwater ponds, I think, across the city, roughly 34 of which are in southwest Edmonton, yeah? Those are the numbers that you recall?
I think I have 113, but
yeah,
there's lots.
And so just, you know, in total transparency, I had a number of HOAs that have stormwater ponds in their, within their realm approach my office over the last couple of years. And my request of administration was that we develop an engagement process and engage all of those HOAs and all of these communities that have stormwater ponds in them before we go down the road of naturalization. So when this meeting was put on the agenda, my office reached out to all of the HOAs in our space, and that's why we had 3 people respond. So I did indeed invite them to make their views known, and that's why people are here today. I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. So when we talk about naturalization, with respect to stormwater ponds, we have the water, and then we have a ring around the water. Is that EPCOR's responsibility?
EPCOR owns the land around the stormwater management pond, the water itself, and then the city maintains the landscape around the pond, although the land is owned by EPCOR.
So all the land is owned by EPCOR?
Within a certain boundary, official boundary of a stormwater management facility, and they are all different depending on the design of each one.
Yeah, every one is different. So we've got the ring around the pond that EPCOR takes care of. Does that boundary correspond in general terms to the naturalization boundary that we're looking at?
In the City of Edmonton landscape standards, prior to 2021, there has been a clause that asks for up to the 5-year floodline around every stormwater management pond to be naturalized. And that 5-year floodline is different again depending on the pond and the slope, but it's when you would expect to have a major flood event within those 5 years. After 2021, the standards around stormwater management ponds was that 2/3 of the areas around stormwater management ponds are naturalized, with the ability to still have ornamental seating areas and viewpoints with a more manicured aesthetic.
So, okay, so we've gone from that 5-year flood line to a 2/3 of the area line, and that change was made in 2021, yeah?
Yeah, and that applies for new stormwater management ponds that are built.
But are we using that, let me ask it this way, are we using that same standard when we talk about naturalization of existing ponds, that it's a 2/3, 1/3?
We were trying to align with those standards when we did the naturalization around additional stormwater ponds in 2021. So that's what we were trying to align with, those landscape standards.
So any pond that we naturalize, we're aiming for that 2/3, 1/3 split?
I would say it's more firm for the new sites, but for the new naturalization sites, that's what we were trying to do in 2021. Although now with the reversal and going out for public engagement, we are gathering feedback on, you know, from a high level for the strategy for tree planting and naturalization into the future, as well as on an annual basis, we're planning on doing engagement more site-specific basis to get feedback on what support there is for naturalization at specific sites.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back.
Thanks, Councillor Cartmel. I have a few quick questions. So apologies. So the 65% naturalization, is that a formal sort of policy of council, or is that more an operational design guideline?
The city has the construction and design standards, a number of different volumes, including volume 5 for landscaping. And so those clauses are built into those standards, which are created in consultation with developers and utility companies in the city.
Great. Okay. And so So again, my understanding was that the implementation of those standards in Volume 5 was paused or rolled back, but the actual standards themselves haven't changed in any way.
The standards at this point have not changed. We did reverse the naturalization that happened around those ponds that was done in 2021.
Implementation. Okay. So I guess maybe that's my question in terms of having a successful engagement process, in terms of being really clear about what the outcomes of that engagement could be. So maybe I'll step back. You know, we're talking a lot about the cost, sort of the operational cost of mowing around a storm pond. But my assumption is that there are other costs beyond just sort of that operational. And I'm thinking about biodiversity. I'm thinking about even the, facility maintenance in terms of, again, the slope stability, things like that. So is that a fair assumption that there are costs and considerations beyond just the cost of mowing?
Yeah, there's definitely costs, and when you look on the other side too, benefits associated with environmental services that you mentioned.
Yeah. So when we're out talking to communities, what parameters are we putting around the engagement? Are we saying that we are going out with an expectation that a majority of the land surrounding a storm pond will be naturalized, and we want to understand the nuances of a specific pond in terms of what that looks like in your neighborhood? Or are we going out and saying, tell us if we should be naturalizing 2/3 of the land around a storm pond?
So we have two different levels of engagement. One is a higher level strategic level, which is the phase 2 that we referred to in the report, to inform future naturalization practices and locations, as well as park and boulevard tree planting locations as well. So that will be sharing maps at a high level, so not necessarily down to the site design level at that point, and getting feedback from residents, stakeholder groups, including HOAs, community leagues, and other groups on are they supportive of seeing naturalization and tree planting in these sites or these areas at a high level, and then also asking questions about the principles behind naturalization and getting feedback on that as well. In the next level of engagement.
Oh, and sorry, no, that's really helpful. And I think, so just even at that level, I worry about if we hear back that there isn't strong support for naturalization at that high level. Again, is that the right question to be asking if there is a broader city commitment to naturalization? Does that, I just worry about that setting up the expectation that so I'm wondering if there's more of a conversation around sort of the trade-offs or the conditions through which people want to see naturalization happen, and just wondering if that conversation is happening as well. So for example, I think we heard sort of the impact that can have on walkways, for example, and so is there feedback there that people feel that they want 2 meters sort of maintained and manicured on either side of a walkway? Does that address some concerns that weeds are managed? Just wondering if there are some of those, how do we do naturalization well rather than should we do naturalization?
Mm-hmm. Definitely, and that's good feedback, and we're still working on finalizing the questions that will be asked in this engagement, so we'll take that into consideration. We did some of the high-level questions in the phase 1 public engagement, where we were asking whether people supported in general naturalization in different areas. And we actually heard high level of support from residents for increased naturalization in their communities at 79%, and in the city overall at 83%. And respondents supported increased naturalization and native vegetation, primarily in stormwater management facilities at 88%, and in river valley parks and ravines at 87%. We also asked about concerns. So what are your main concerns about naturalization and the things that you think need to be addressed? 47% said that they're worried that it would attract more litter, 39% were concerned about weeds, and 33% were concerned about insects.
Great. Sorry, I'm over time now, but that's really helpful. That's great context for me. Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Wright now.
Thank you very much. So I guess sort of on that same line of questioning, then the survey that went out to the HOAs, did any of that deal with sort of asking them about their knowledge of the city plans, naturalization, or was it focused more on the sort of maintenance agreements?
Phase 1 was really about us getting a better understanding of how stakeholders want to be communicated with, what they know basically about the services offered by the City of Edmonton.
Is that the 11-question survey?
Correct.
Okay.
And set us up very well for Phase 2 to go in much more robustly with a much more education-centric approach to things and much more specialized questions and answers.
Okay, so so they were able to sort of take a sort of, I guess, a more holistic view of the city plans.
Correct.
And that. Okay, and what were the responses in that area? I mean, you've got 70 or 80% about the service levels, but what about the naturalization? Is that the 88% that you quoted, Nicole? Or?
So Ryan was referring to the Phase 1 PE results, and those were the percentage that I was quoting as a response. But that survey was not the one that was emailed directly to HOAs.
Okay.
HOAs, we did ask, we marketed that survey to a more general audience, and we did ask the question in that survey that Ryan was talking about for groups to identify whether they were an HOA or a community league, so we could count how many responded. But the 11 question survey that was targeted at HOAs was more in response to the last 2 reports on engaging with HOAs as city building partners that led to this report, maintenance on city land. And so we focused on the maintenance agreements, the knowledge about city services and standards, how to access a maintenance agreement, and provided an opportunity for open-ended feedback, which some HOAs provided comments on naturalization, but we really are going into more detailed naturalization, including targeted opportunities for HOAs to participate in the Phase 2 engagement, like Ryan was mentioning.
So there wasn't really an opportunity for them to even think about the naturalization or anything like that. Or it was more specific to the service agreement. Okay. And then in the report, you talk about 16 priority sites were converted back to being mowed. And I'm just wondering what criteria was used for that to determine that priority. Was it like they weren't, high nesting areas or chance of erosion and things like that? What was the criteria?
A lot of work actually went into determining how we could do those reversals around the stormwater management ponds. We did do assessment of all sites to determine which ones were at risk for having presence of wildlife or breeding birds or nesting birds. We had to do some mowing before a certain date in the spring in order to avoid that risk. And so the ones that we chose to mow quickly were the ones that we could access quickly before that cutoff date for migratory birds in the spring, and also those that actually had received, we also tracked notifications and received the most complaints as well. So that's why
So it was prioritized basically which one could we rush to get done based on resident complaints.
That combined with access and making sure that we can mow before the date for breeding birds.
So not really taking into account any natural concerns.
We did assess every site to determine an appropriate mowing boundary, taking into account the landscape and the environment.
Okay. And I just have one final question, just a bit of clarity. Again, where you've in the report, it talks about that working with the HOAs to achieve desired upgrades or enhance maintenance themselves. If they're working with the city to achieve those upgrades, whose expense is that at? Is that at the city's?
So it depends what process is followed, but for construction of something like a community garden, for example, that's an enhanced amenity. That would be through the community-led construction process, and that would be on the expense of the group or the HOA. And if it's enhanced maintenance done by the HOAs, contractors, or staff, or volunteers, that is through a maintenance agreement that we provide, and also at the expense of the HOA.
Okay, the report references enhanced maintenance on public land.
Yeah.
Would either be Oh, I think I'm out of time. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I still have questions about HOA, but I just need to follow up. So I'm just looking at attachment 1, and it says of 113 sites, so 16 got reversed, 35 sites just were reversed back to mowing because they'd done minimal naturalization. 65 sites 26 were mowed in the fall, and then there's still 36 sites that had not started the naturalization process. I guess, based on what you're hearing right now, do you need some council direction for both the engagement? Because as Councillor Stevenson raised those concerns about, I'm very concerned about asking questions that will set people up for frustration if there's, bigger policies guiding that work, or, the reversal on things and whether that's the direction that council wants to go.
So, Councillor, I think in terms of direction, if there's a lack of clarity on what we should be doing and what council's expectations are, then we would want that clarified. In terms of how the engagement process goes, I would want to rely on Ryan and the communications team to identify the best methodology for achieving the outcomes with the engagement, because it is their area that they are the subject matter experts. So I would defer that to Ryan and his team. But in terms of if there is, if we're not proceeding in the direction that is council's expectation, then we would like to get that clarified today, certainly.
Yeah, because it seems like I'm it's disheartening because I'm hearing about a lot of work that has gone in, but there was no council motion. So I'm just trying to square that, right? Like, you went and assessed every site, 116, right? Like, a lot of resources have gone into this without a council direction. So it's concerning to me, and I want to make sure you're left today with the answers that you need to know the path forward, I guess.
I could jump in. We do have in the upcoming report, the new urban trees report, there is a portion on update to naturalization.
Yeah.
We can take that feedback. That report's still just being finalized. We were incorporating additional stakeholder feedback. That could be an opportunity for us to clarify the approach forward and to
When
make sure
is that one coming back? Though I can't remember when the new revised due date was.
I believe just today it was rescheduled to May 2nd. Just check the agenda. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'll think on that. I did have a question because I don't actually have any HOAs in the ward I live in, but I have or that I live in and I represent. But there are sort of those same use agreements or, maintenance agreement. I'm thinking specifically of Grease Spa as a great example of that, right? Can somebody break down for me, is there a benefit in it being with an HOA versus a community league, or are these agreements basically the same regardless of if it's a community league or an HOA?
The purpose of the agreements and the use of them is the same regardless of which type of community group it is. So it could be a community league, it could be an HOA. For other types of permits and things, they're not necessarily maintenance agreements, but community garden groups, as long as they're an organized group, we would use a maintenance agreement.
Yeah, so why are people getting denied? Because the same thing happened when Bittern Community League approached me, that they had tried to put a sign up in Canosa Park and were denied that, even though they were willing to do all the maintenance on the sign. I heard from the speaker today about wanting to put up trees and being denied. Under what condition, why are these requests from these HOAs or community leagues being denied? I know not maybe specifically, but at a broader level, what prevents us from saying yes?
I could probably touch on that. The in general, the broader reason to say no would be to look at different standards in terms of what exactly the HOA or community group is looking to achieve. So, for instance, if there was to be a desire to use pesticides or herbicides that were against our city standards, that would be something for us to say that's not something that we would support. So it would just be comparing to what would be allowed on that public property, and if the organization is looking to do something that would go against any sort of existing city standard.
Okay, thanks.
But increased mowing, absolutely. Any sort of mechanical weed pulling, any sort of cosmetic enhancements are typically straightforward, but it would just be against anything of I think I'm getting the vibe that I should stop talking.
Thank you. Not that your input is invaluable, and appreciate the response. Thank you. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. So I think we've struck upon something that we need to clear up. So are you clear on if we are naturalizing these spaces or how we are naturalizing these spaces? Is there still a question about if?
I would say yes to both questions, Councillor. I think our takeaway was that we were pausing naturalization until we could build a new platform based on input, because the old platform for naturalization was 25 years plus old and wasn't necessarily conveyed in a way that people understood nor knew what to expect. So our takeaway was the understanding that we would pause that until we did the engagement work, had the conversations with council in terms of here's what a new platform would look like based on engagement, and here's how we propose to roll it out.
So our next step then would be to engage on if we are naturalizing. Yes? Yeah.
Basically, yes.
I'm not trying to back you into a corner. I'm just trying to really be clear on the process.
If and what we naturalize.
If and where.
If
perhaps.
and where and what, yes.
Right. And so then the next step, not to presume anything, but if presuming that there's a number of sites that will be naturalized, then the next question would be how?
Correct. And part of the rationale for not doing any more naturalization was we didn't want to get in a situation where we would naturalize locations in a way that either didn't align or was not.
Because that gets to why.
Why, and we didn't want to also have to go back and go through a similar process to reinstall maintenance.
Well, and this is where my apprehension came up, was not for my lack of understanding being in this room and being part of these conversations, but because of the perception of those I represent that this is the naturalization is a way to cut costs, to be glib about it, without a tax refund. That it doesn't have much to do at all about ecology or mosquitoes or birds or any of those things. So I am not suggesting that is the case. What I'm suggesting is that we needed some sort of robust and pedantically detailed engagement process to assure people that our motivations were ecological and not fiscal.
I think that's a good overview, because what we found was people didn't really understand why we're doing it, and that was part of the reason that there was so much opposition to it in many cases, and it was a lack of understanding of why and what the outcomes were that we were trying to achieve. So part of this exercise was helping people understand why, and then determining if that aligned with what their expectations were, and also how it aligned with their city plan.
So if we get to a place where we have understanding and we are going to naturalize some places, then we get to how. So when we say things like 65% or 2/3, is that 65% of the area, or is that 2/3 of the distance from the water to the back fence? Does that allow for a path along the back fence to be kept manicured, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? And that comes later.
Correct, and once we actually achieve, a plan that is approved and aligned with everybody's expectations and council's understanding as well, then part of the next phase would be a detailed communications plan to help people understand just what you're saying. Here's what naturalization would look like going forward, and here's what you could expect.
And that might mean a pond by pond conversation, because every boundary is different.
Potentially, there'd be some common elements, but certainly many, many unique situations that would need specific information.
Yeah, some common elements, but that, I'm using the 2/3 as an example. This is what 2/3 is going to mean in your pond. This is what it's going to mean at your pond. right? This is the colored map that shows you what's naturalized, what stays manicured, where the sidewalk is, et cetera. Is that our goal? Or do you need direction for the steps that I've sort of outlined here to
That
be
was
our
kind of
goal?
our understanding, but, you know, earlier in the conversation, obviously, I think we were, you know, we weren't all on the same page. So it's very helpful if we can have the conversation, get on the same page, because our goal is really to follow the direction and the intent of council.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Well, and you know, I feel like I am hearing. I'm comfortable with what I'm hearing and learning now. I think the questions that I have, I suppose, is. You know, I think it's always great to revisit our standards again if sort of our naturalization policy hasn't been updated in many years. For me, though, it's always really important that we have the triangle of, you know, policy direction, technical analysis, and engagement, so that we're not, that engagement is not the only basis of the naturalization policy, that we are out doing that technical and policy work as well.
Yeah, we do have a project that we're working on right now which is an update to that 1994 Naturalization Master Plan. It's called the Naturalization, Restoration, and Reclamation Plan. And we are working with a consultant who's also doing a jurisdictional scan, an industry scan on naturalization processes across North America and other large cities, academia, scan of academia, research. And we're also going to be doing a review of the current landscape standards as they apply to naturalization, and asking for recommendations on whether there are any recommended changes to those, at which point we would bring those recommendations to a future landscape standards review process, which happens typically every 2 years, a large review, and get further feedback from the people around the table, which are developers and utility companies, on that process.
Great. Yeah, so I'm hearing, again, I was sort of going back to city plan in terms of the policy that we have in place, but, you know, again, 1.4.2.1, that we protect, restore, maintain, and enhance a system of conserved natural areas within a functioning ecological network. So that principle isn't being revisited. Is that fair?
We're aligning our projects with the principles in city plan and the targets in city plan as well, including for planting 2 million trees.
Great. Okay, well, I think this conversation has really provided me with clarity in terms of the approach you're taking. And again, just to make sure I'm crystal clear, if a community were to come and say, we want absolutely no naturalization, if that's not supported by the technical work, by the policy work, that's not necessarily the outcome that would happen. It would just help to inform some of the specifics around, again, what does 2/3 look like in your community? Yeah.
Yes, and we have had those questions come up occasionally in certain locations, and we have shared information about the landscape standards. The other thing is that naturalization doesn't just occur through conversion of existing mode areas to naturalized. More and more they're being built into new developments, new park designs, and by developers and other organizations that build stormwater management facilities, as well as other areas. So we are going to be talking more about that accountability around naturalization and how it's implemented in the next report as well. New urban trees on May 2nd.
Great.
And I think in that sort of a scenario, that's where we need an even more robust communications plan around all of this. So we'll be looking, as Councillor Cartmel mentioned, you know, it really is about targeting and being very dedicated in how we communicate these issues very importantly.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, I think something that will be really powerful as well is thinking about sort of connecting that really focused, hyper-local communication, and also linking that to the broader city perspective and the impact that it has on all Edmontonians in terms of the ecological health of our whole city. So I think that's always a hard toggle to have, looking at those hyper-local conditions, what people want, but also ensuring that they understand the links to the broader strategies and plans as well.
Absolutely. I think this is the perfect opportunity for us to really bring elements of the city plan to life and show them in action.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. I'll go now to Councillor Paquette. I see you up on the board.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is great. I mean, I love this conversation so much. But one of the things I would ask is we heard the phrase, our goal is to follow the intent and direction of council, which is great. And so I'm just wondering, how do we ensure that we are all working from the same playbook on that? Because it does seem like there's been a bit of a disconnect over the years, and I don't know why that is or where that is. So just how do we ensure that what we are trying to do is understood by everyone?
So, Councillor, I'll try and answer that as best I can. I think we've shared our interpretation of how we were moving forward based on our previous engagements with council. If that is in alignment with where council wants to go, I think there's two options. We can continue down the path we're going on, or we can have committee and council make a motion that specifically lays this out. So those would be the two paths to ensure clarity.
Yeah, I think that council can absolutely, or committee can make a motion to provide that kind of clarity. But I think there is something here that I think has been bugging me for a number of years now, and that's just that it actually needs to be a conversation. We need to actually hash this out a little bit more clearly. And so for council to give that direction without that conversation, I'm worried will lead to more of these misunderstandings and then having to go back to the public over and over again and try to explain what's going on. And this is administration's perspective, this is council's perspective, that's your perspective. And it's a circular conversation. So how do we stop the merry-go-round there?
So we are planning on coming back on May 2nd with the next report that outlines a bit more of an update in detail on where we are with naturalization and our tree program. At that point, that would give us some time to prepare a bit of a summary and would allow council to have a discussion and then provide any subsequent direction that may be needed for clarification.
Oh, that's an excellent touch point. Yeah, I think that would be perfect, actually. So, again, I just want to express deepest thanks for all the work that administration does. This is not an easy one to do because it touches on a lot of different ways that people view their city and a lot of different competing priorities. So I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. And I second Councillor Paquette's thanks for this, because I pushed pretty hard, quite honestly, to have some sort of detailed engagement and education process put into place, and I feel like we have that now. And I feel like we do have reasonable alignment between council and administration. So now we have to go out and educate and inform and engage our communities. In the meantime, however, given that that's perhaps a two-season journey here, HOAs and community leagues do have the opportunity to enter into agreements. I think we've heard that, to enhance the baseline city efforts around landscaping. Yes? Does that include, I've got at least one HOA that does not have any stormwater ponds, but they have a number of entrance landscape, not quite boulevards, but gardens. Can they enter into an agreement where they can prune the trees? Because we don't.
Currently in our standard of maintenance agreement, we do limit work on trees because we defer that work to forestry. And I know Travis is on the line and maybe he can speak a little bit more about why.
Quickly though, please. Yeah.
Okay, very, very quickly. Thank you. We have a standard service level for trees. Typically, most trees in the city on a 7-year cycle, but some of the ones that need a little bit more care, like elm, are closer to 4 years. So there's a service level for any tree ornamental on city property, but it does vary a bit. And we like to keep it internal just to ensure there's the consistency in the level of professionalism and approach. So we're not compromising things like tree structure.
But Councillor, if I can just add, and I apologize to the team, I'm going to jump in on this because there are jurisdictions that do have, they call it a Partners in Trees program, where they do allow members of the public or private to maintain trees. So it could be something we could look at, but to Travis's point, we'd want to ensure that the proper procedures are followed around any tree management.
Yeah, I totally get that. We don't need a Dutch elm problem as an example, right? But I get on the flip side, I've got a community league that was compelled to put in a bunch of, I forget the trees, but they have a black knot problem. But we can't get forestry to come out and treat the black knot problem. So they see these trees that they paid for not being cared for and can't get an agreement to care for them when they're capable of caring for them. And that's, you know, that.
And I can relate because that happened in front of my house, but I live in St. Albert. And
you're allowed to trim the trees then.
Well, I don't know if I was allowed, but I did.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, and so that's what we get, right, is, you know, I know how to do it. I'm doing it at my house, so I'm going to wander down to the community league and do it there too. So that's perhaps then something that's not an HOA agreement thing, but something we need to figure out.
We'll take that away and look at that.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, last one. You're going to love this one, and I warned you. So one of the little toggles on your property tax thingamabob, when you go in and look up your tax thing and you flick the switches, one of them is back onto a green space. And so we have people that have bought properties that back onto a green space that looks like a golf course and now is not. And at least at the moment, they don't see the value in that. Or they see this 5, 6, 7 year journey where it's more weeds than nature. Are we contemplating some relief on that little piece of the property tax puzzle for those individuals, at least in the short term?
This isn't something that we have had a chance to look into fully since we first received the question from you. So I think it would have to be something that we take away and do more research on.
When can I ask again? Do you need, I really don't want to make a motion and have a thing done. Maybe a memo. I don't know.
Either a memo or we can come back and include that in our May 2nd report.
You understand what I mean though, hey? Yeah, okay. All right, that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Cartmell. Councillor Rutherford?
So, yeah, so just to close the loop on my previous line of questioning, I think for me, there's alignment, and I'm comfortable with the path forward in terms of engagement and those pieces. I do still feel like there was a big misstep in the reversal based on, you know, what's in the city plan, what we've talked about, and that not being a debate at council when we were literally, and the other thing that I think about is, you know, the city auditor report that did a random sampling about things, and when it says in here that this was council directed to reverse the naturalization, and that was not council directed, it concerns me that that's in writing and that's in record, right? So I guess I'm not going to put a motion on the floor right now because there's the damage has already been done, in my opinion. And so it's just go forward, but just again confirming there is no more reversal that is happening from today into this spring. That all the reversal has already happened. Whether I agree with how it came about or not is irrelevant. It's done, but there's no more going forward in terms of reversal of naturalized space.
So for those stormwater management facilities, that reversal process is done.
Yeah.
In terms of other individual naturalization sites, sometimes when a community brings up a question or a concern that maybe we didn't have awareness of before we went in and did naturalization at that site, including past sites, like we use this unofficial path to walk our dogs. Then we sometimes take that into consideration, and we might say, okay, we'll mow a space along this path to continue that recreational activity while we're still naturalizing the rest of the space. So we do make operational decisions that are site-specific when we get feedback from folks. But from the wider perspective, no, there's no more large reversals happening.
Yeah, and I think that's just being responsive. I get that, and it's not the whole area. Fine, I'm comfortable with that personally. I don't know what my other colleagues think, but I just need to. That's where my mind goes. And then, Mr. Sebrick, I think I would like a conversation after this about how this came about and how we learn from this going forward. But I don't think it needs a motion at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I don't see any other questions from colleagues. And so I will slowly turn towards Councillor Cartmell if you'd like to make the recommendation from the report.
Yeah, I'm happy to move the recommendation in the report, and I'll read it as soon as I can find it. Oh, well, it's not very complicated, isn't it? And that is that the March 21st, 2023 City Operations Report, CO 01165, be received for information.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. Did anyone wish to speak to this? Any closing thoughts or comments? Okay. Not seeing anyone else, I'll just add my 2 cents. Really appreciate both the report and also the conversation here today. I think it really illuminated some important points. I hope that administration has the clarity that this council remains committed to naturalization, that's a really important part of achieving city plan and our climate, our energy transition goals. I really appreciate that administration is taking a fulsome look at this. I think it's always valuable to revisit policies that have been in place for a long time, and that we're really considering our policy foundations, the technical analysis and best practice, and also what we're hearing from communities. I think it's so important that we are communicating that the costs go far beyond the cost of mowing, that there really are significant opportunity costs from not naturalizing in terms of biodiversity and climate resiliency as well. But really welcome the opportunity and the approach that the team is taking in terms of understanding how we do naturalization in a way that best meets the needs of communities, both now and then long into the future. So thank you. I look forward to further conversation on this in May when we're talking about trees, and happy to support receipt of information. Councillor Cartmell, would you like to close?
Yeah, just briefly, and again, thanks for the report and for the work here. There was a bit of backtracking involved, and I really feel that was necessary to allow us to bring people along. We've heard from a few people today, but in the conversation today, we've laid down our path going forward, I think. At least it's clear to me, and what I would share would be that, if we are going down the road of naturalization, informed by why we are and where we are, and then as a second phase, how we're going to go about that naturalization. Not quite site by site necessarily, but at least in a more or less site by site, bringing people with us kind of a way. And I think that's really important because while the number of people specifically involved might be relatively limited, I think that people had a set of expectations that were not being met. And I think that why they weren't being met has been confused and conflated because this work and this inclination, I would say, started during COVID. And I think that motivation to save dollars has been perhaps overemphasized in the ongoing work of naturalization. And we need to take the time to make sure that everybody that we represent understands clearly what our goals are. And, as Councillor Stevenson suggested, it's not just fiscal, there's other costs that we want to consider too. But that doesn't mean that we can't take advantage of the fiscal advantages that this will bring. We are, I'll speak for myself, heard a lot about tax increases, heard a lot about cutting costs, heard a lot about being more efficient. And, while we don't want to do it universally in every open space that is within the city of Edmonton, we need to think about, where we can find ways to create a spectrum of experiences in a variety of environments. And if that means that we can save a few dollars along the way, well, that's not necessarily a bad thing. So looking forward to this continued work, looking forward to these conversations because I think they're really cool. Looking forward to the education part, bringing the grade 5 classes out to walk around those ponds and really understand what a fulsome, varied ecosystem can look like in your neighborhood. Embracing that ethic that says we've got the biggest urban park in North America, which is our river valley, which is, by the way, a predominantly naturalized space, and how much we value that. I really do think there's a path. I really do think that there's going to be some really excellent and positive outcomes. It's really just how we get there. So again, really thank you for this work, and really looking forward to moving it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. Please vote.
We have all 4 votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you so much. Thanks to our delegation, and thanks again to our speakers for being with us today. We will now move on to our last 2 items, which are cross-referenced, so items 7.4 and 7.5. So we'll start with a presentation from our administration, and then after that we'll move to our public speaker, who has very patiently been waiting all day to speak with us. So we will get to you very shortly. So thank you. Over to you, Ms. Petrin.
Good afternoon. I am joined here this afternoon with Lila Peter, Director of Development Approvals and Inspections, and we're pleased to present to you the first 2 proposed amendments to Business License Bylaw 20002, which are ready for 3 readings. The 2 cross-referenced bylaw reports before you today. The first report is an omnibus amendment that proposes a series of continuous improvement amendments identified by administration and stakeholders, as well as amendments to address outstanding privacy concerns that were raised by workers in the adult service industry when bylaw 20002 was passed in August of 2021. The second report is in direct response to a motion passed at the August 9th, 2022 Urban Planning Committee, directing administration to prepare bylaw amendments to require designated driver service operators to obtain police information checks. I'll pass the presentation to Lila Peter to provide a brief overview of the amendments.
Thank you, Kim. Next slide. Sorry. Do I? Yeah. Just say next slide. Yeah. Okay. All right. So most of the amendments in this first report are operational in nature and were identified internally through practical use of the new business license bylaw and interactions with businesses. This omnibus amendment reflects administration's intention to schedule 1 such amendment each year, where needed, in order to ensure the bylaw is well maintained and remains aligned with its objectives, which are noted in the report. Bylaw 20367 proposes amendments to the business license bylaw in 5 key areas. The first is to address privacy and personal safety concerns by reducing the amount of adult service workers' personal information that businesses are required to collect and maintain. 2, to update 3 business license category descriptions to more accurately classify examination services and vehicle inspectors and align with recent updates to provincial legislation for tobacco and vaping product retailers. 3, addressing concerns raised by second-hand dealers about the minimum holding requirements for goods being sold on consignment by extending administration's discretionary powers to waive this requirement. 4thly, enhancing and clarifying several compliance tools within the automatic suspension and business license review provisions, along with adjustments to the corresponding fines. And finally, minor corrections for clarity and consistency that have no bearing on how the bylaw is interpreted or applied. And so this omnibus amendment supports both the urban places and regional prosperity strategic goals in Connect Edmonton and is consistent with the city plan direction to adapt the planning and regulatory environment to support innovative business models. The second report proposes amendments to the business license bylaw that would establish a new designated driver business license category with corresponding requirements for businesses to obtain a valid police information check, often called a PIC, from all individuals employed or being considered for employment as a designated driver. And these requirements for designated driver services contribute to Edmonton's safe, secure, accessible, and responsible mobility system by confirming that drivers have no criminal history that put users of this service or the general public at risk. And this work also advances the city plan by adapting the planning and regulatory environment to support innovative business models and operations. And I should have asked you to advance the slide previously, so that would be slide 3. And then if we go on to the final slide, this concludes our presentation, and we would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you very much. Actually, I think you can stay where you are. Our speaker this afternoon, I believe we are hearing from Mona Foria, and I believe you're joining us online, Mona?
I am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your patience all day as well. We'll now turn to you for your presentation. So you'll have 5 minutes to share your thoughts with committee,
And afterwards, there'll just be an opportunity for my colleagues to ask questions of you. So we look forward to hearing from you. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you. Yes, I'm with Answer Society, and I do believe you might have a letter from us that we've drafted and sent out to you. But basically, we're in support of the motion, and it's the whole point of these bylaws within the adult entertainment industry was always to keep bad actors out, and this is just going one step forward in the harm reduction model that was designed really in 1985 and has had many evolutions, but it's good because it just keeps the data at the city level. The city keeps all our data, and we don't have to worry about it going to nefarious people accidentally. Data breaches happen all the time with all sorts of industries, not just ours. And we just don't need to be doxxed and outed unnecessarily. So we really appreciate this motion.
Excellent. Thank you so much for taking the time to share and for the work you've done with our city staff to lead to these changes.
Thank you.
I'm just going to see if any of my colleagues have questions for you. Councillor Tang.
Great. Thank you so much for speaking, Mona. Appreciate your letter. I thought it was really compelling, and at the same time, we've also had letters who kind of say the otherwise, or the opposite, that the ability to collect information for those businesses is a way to protect the workers. I'm just curious, how would you respond to that?
It really does not offer any protection at all. Like I said, first of all, the city already collects all this information, and it is kept in a private server. So beyond that, the City of Edmonton issues a license to all of us that connects us to the information that you obviously hold. So all that we should present to any owner would be the license itself. And the license just offers the account number, the pseudonym, the working name, which is the one that is advertised typically. It shows the expiration date of that license, and it has our picture on it. This is really all the information that any owner needs. Beyond that, it just opens up doors for that information to get out. Not necessarily the owners. It could get out to disgruntled coworkers. Any number of possibilities. And I myself have been doxxed. I had a coworker that thought it would be great amusement to let my landlord know that I was in the business.
Yeah.
And it's the most unpleasant experience. And mine was not the worst because they got over it. And I ended up living there for quite some time. But the point is, it can be quite devastating.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate you sharing perhaps information or experience that others might not have or understand to come to some of those conclusions.
Sure.
I'm wondering too, for your society, you share your own personal story, but are you kind of keeping track of others as they come forward, or more like anecdotally, or because up until this point, businesses do have that ability, right? And I guess I'm just kind of curious about.
Anecdotally, we've heard of an awful lot of different unpleasant situations, yes.
Yeah, and so the goal here is really to strive towards the protection of workers.
100%.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Mona. I'm not seeing any other questions. I think that speaks to the clarity of your presentation. So thank you again so much for being here today and for your advocacy. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, well, with that, we'll turn now to questions of administration. So Councillor Tang selected this item. If you want to start us off with some questions.
I mean, I selected it because we had a speaker. But I did feel that with some of the correspondence that was coming in, there seems to be a bit of a misunderstanding too between 7.4 and 7.5. They're not actually related, correct? And then I think some people understood one is like a new category and at the expense of perhaps other things that's happening in 7.5. So I just also want, for record, like clear that information up. If you want to just clarify, that would be great.
Correct, Councillor Tang. They're different bylaw, or it's the same bylaw, the business license bylaw, but different amendments. And so that's great feedback for next time in terms of providing a bit of clarity on the difference between the two reports.
Yeah.
If they're cross-referenced like
yeah,
that.
absolutely. And I think for the first one, designated drivers service, we've spent so much time talking about it in past committee meetings. And for that one, it's really to strive for, greater protection for passengers, just of requiring a police criminal background check, correct?
That's correct, and that's further to the direction that we received from committee or from council in August.
That's right. And then I think in this one, among many of the amendments, some are administrative, but some are also, again, striving for protection and striking that balance between privacy and protecting workers. And then I think to Mona's point earlier, I think there's a lot of concerns about, wow, if you remove this ability to collect information, you might exacerbate issues around sex trafficking or missing persons case. But again, all that data city has. And in the case of something terrible happens, we have the information to cross-reference and collaborate on any file, right?
That's correct.
Okay, that's very helpful for that confirmation. I was kind of curious when I was reading 7.5. I was kind of curious, like I don't remember what happened back in 2021, but kind of what led to that? Was it more we've seen sort of a sudden increase in breach of privacy issues? Incidents, say, against sex workers or those, actually, I don't even think that's, adult services space, and this is kind of responding to some of those lived experience.
Yeah, when the business license bylaw, we had worked on it for a number of years, and when it advanced to council, there was feedback through that committee discussion or to council about the specific information and privacy concerns. And so at the time, we committed to doing some engagement and returning with the amendments to the business license bylaw while still allowing the bylaw to be approved at that time. And so this is in response to that feedback and that commitment that was made.
And I also read your engagement report as well. I was, I think there's a lot of challenge in terms of reaching people in the space that typically don't really speak out. And I actually really appreciate a lot of the provisions you had in terms of translation service and having in multiple languages. Anyways, I think, thank you very much for bringing this forward. I thought it was very comprehensive and very straightforward, actually. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I also thought these were excellent reports. Really appreciate how you've heard from the community and made changes. I think the new business license overall is really exciting, and it's a great tool. And I think, this evergreening process of the omnibus amendment, something that we continue to expect to see, and think that that's some great work happening there. I just had a few, I think, more strategic questions. Just, recognizing that zoning bylaw renewal is coming forward and that we are looking to make it more, make it less granular when it comes to business practices in the zoning bylaw, really focus on the land use pieces. Just wondering what internal conversations are happening in terms of the ways that business license may evolve and adapt to that new land use regulatory reality.
I'll start and maybe pass to Lila to complement my comments here. So absolutely, I think there's always clarity needed in the process when it comes to the business license bylaw or business license approval process versus a development permit. And there can be some confusion. I'm called one use class in a business license and maybe slightly different in the zoning bylaw. So it's an evolving landscape that we'll continue to monitor and expect to see omnibus amendments in the future.
Well, and I'm thinking more specifically to, again, I don't want to presuppose the zoning bylaw renewal, but let's say we collapse, nightclub, neighborhood pub, and restaurant. So those are three really distinct land uses that we have right now in our zoning bylaw. But if, say, the new zoning bylaw has a broader approach, it seems to me that the business license becomes a more important tool in terms of regulating some of, let's say, hours of operations in terms of those land use or I should say operational impacts, I think is how I would distinguish those. So any conversation happening there, or is that not a major focus at this time?
So we have a number of other bylaws as well that would definitely become relevant, including the community standards bylaw for noise nuisance and that sort of thing. But there have been a few conversations in the background in terms of where land use concerns begin and end and where business activity concerns begin and end. So I think once we do actually see what the zoning bylaw will look like, we'll have a better idea of whether there are any changes that will need to be made to business license bylaw. Of course, very clearly given the scope of business activity.
Yeah, no, and that's a great point, and again, sort of highlights the challenges, right, of course, community standards bylaw, that has a really important role to play. I think that these are questions that will likely come up as we get closer and closer to adopting zoning bylaw renewals, so having some of that messaging, and I think even being able to proactively outline the other tools that we have at our disposal, including business license, including community standards, will be a really powerful part of that conversation. Just wondering, so I really appreciate our conversation yesterday about the potential approach for business licensing with landlords. I wanted to confirm as well, are we able to self-initiate as an organization, initiate a review of a business license? It doesn't just have to come as a referral or a request from external agencies?
So we can in certain circumstances. Of course, when we're looking at the scope of, for example, public interest, we have to be really careful when we're doing that because the police and our officers are the investigators for those situations. So really the evidence comes from them, and they're the ones on the ground who have an idea of whether it is actually a public interest concern that requires a license review.
Interesting. So if we, let's say our peace officers were responding to a certain property and seeing ongoing concerns, we would still need another agency to flag that?
No, our peace officers can. Yeah,
okay.
So we have a very firm kind of wall in between the lawyer that deals with the peace officer proposal and then myself who would deal with the business license proposal, just to make sure that their submission is very separate from the decision maker reviewing it.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. Then maybe just one other thought around omnibuses and recognizing sort of an evolving business landscape. I know one use class that's been creating some tensions is co-working spaces. So just wondering if that's an area of active work in terms of looking at the business license and how it's responding, and just what practices are in other jurisdictions as well. I often hear a comparison to Calgary, so.
Yeah, so there's always the difference between what's regulated within a bylaw and processes and procedures going through different approval agencies. Co-working spaces, some of the challenges that we're finding there relate to how the space is used from a fire and building code perspective. And so it's not that there's a regulatory barrier in terms of permissiveness for businesses and or zoning. It's just that our role as a regulator is to ensure that the fire and Alberta building code requirements are satisfied. And so as individuals apply for their business license, they are being asked, for these co-working spaces, they are being asked to submit information to satisfy that review of the building and fire code. So sometimes it's process and sometimes it's regulation, but in that specific response, there's no regulatory barrier from a zoning or business license situation that appears to be present.
But that is something we're looking into in terms of the building permit space, or the building permit and the fire review. So that is something we're looking at.
Great. Okay, thank you so much. I've taken up an extra minute. Thank you to my colleagues for their patience. Councillor Tang, did you wish to move the recommendations?
I'll move both. That Urban Planning Committee recommend to City Council that bylaw 20374 be given the appropriate readings, and that bylaw 20367 be given the appropriate readings.
Thank you. Is it okay if we do those as a combined motion? Oh, great. Did anybody wish to speak to those? Not seeing. Did you wish to close? Great. Well, I think that's a sign of very clear reports and great work being done. So thank you very much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. We don't have any responses to councillor inquiries or private reports. Are there any notices of motions or motions without customary notice? Not aware of any. So with that, we are adjourned. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you all very much.